Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our school board meeting for August 18th. I would now like to call the meeting to order, and I'm going to call for a quorum. Please say here if you are present. Mr. Hunt?
Here, Mrs. Allaby, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Good evening, here.
Great. Mrs. Lock-Dawson?
Here.
And Dr. Farouk?
Here.
Thank you. That's a quorum for the Board of Education. I would now like to welcome you to the meeting officially. If you would like to view this meeting on our Spanish live stream, please follow the link provided on the agenda, which can be found at our website, www.riversideunified.org. As you can see, we are broadcasting closed captions today. In addition to watching the live stream, you can follow the live transcription of the closed captioning through the link below in the YouTube description. This meeting will be held online and there will be no physical meeting location open to the public. The board encourages members of the public to join the meeting electronically, and you can find information on the board meeting agenda regarding how to submit your public comments. I would now like to introduce Assistant Superintendent Sergio San Martin to provide the message in Spanish.
Thank you, President Allaby. Buenas tardes y bienvenidos a la reunión de la Junta de Educación del 18 de agosto del 2020. Si gustan ver esta reunión en español, sigan el enlace incluido dentro del orden del día, el cual puede encontrar en nuestro sitio de línea en www.riversideunified.org. Como pueden ver, estamos transmitiendo con subtítulos hoy. Además de ver la transmisión en vivo, puede seguir la transcripción en subtítulos por medio del enlace abajo en la descripción de YouTube. Esta reunión se llevará a cabo solo en transmisión en línea y no habrá un lugar físico de reunión abierto al público. Les recomendamos a los miembros del público que se unan a la reunión electrónicamente. Para presentar sus comentarios públicos, sigan el enlace en la parte de abajo de la pantalla. Se aceptarán los comentarios públicos durante la junta. Muchas gracias. Back to you, Ms. Allaby. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now have the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have you follow me, please. Everyone stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we're looking forward to a presentation to the board, and I'll call on Ms. Renee Hill, our Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, Mrs. Thank you, Mrs. Allaby, Dr. Hanson, Board of Trustees, and our esteemed community members. I would like to bring you 3 items to your attention tonight. The first is that our entry into the California School Boards Association 2020 Golden Bell Awards has been selected as a finalist. A validation visit for preschool, child-centered early intervention and assessment teams will be made before September 25th, and we will learn more at that time. Coordinator Joe Nieto is to be congratulated for this achievement. As you are aware, Mr. Nieto is also spreading his leadership wings and supporting the community-wide conversation around learning hubs as well. In addition, we're proud to announce that RUSD has been accepted into the Community Engagement Initiative offered by a state agency that supports schools and districts known as the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. The Community Engagement Initiative is designed to identify effective models of community engagement and scale those practices throughout the state. Finally, let's all extend congratulations to teacher Julie Tennette, a virtual teacher and 5th grade team leader, also 9-year faculty member at Emerson Elementary. Mrs. Tennette has been teaching for 18 years, all but 2 in Riverside Unified. She was recently congratulated as being one of only 98 teachers in the nation chosen to participate in a National History Day summer webinar series, which gave teachers the opportunity to explore digital primary resources. As you know, RUSD has a deep connection to History Day. Just this year, 3 students placed and 2 were finalists in the national competition. Danielle Cabrera at King, Avery Hansberger at North, Catherine Savage, also at North, Allison Bouchon at King, and Eleanor Sosa from Earhart. Mrs. Tannette is deepening our connection with the National History Day and will be able to share with her students the key strategies for researching, supporting, and presenting historical arguments backed up by primary resources. Thank you.
I believe we are now going to hear from Ms. Erica Square, principal at Pachapa Elementary.
Good evening, Dr. Hanson, President
I can't
Alavi,
hear-
and
I
members
can't
of the
hear
board.
Erica.
You're muted,
Uh-oh.
Mrs. Square, muted.
No, actually, I'm not. Can you hear me now?
We can hear her. Yes, well, I can hear.
President Alavi, are you able
Okay.
to hear me?
Erica, this is
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Hanson.
Uh-huh.
We can hear you. You can go ahead and continue presentation. And
Okay.
actually, as
No.
Ms. Square does this, we're very pleased to bring to the board this evening 4 of our principals who are going to report on the first weeks of school. We have an elementary, middle, and high school, and then we have Mr. Dietz, who's also going to present the new homeschool that we are offering. So we'll first hear from Erica Square, then Katie Grimble, then Stephen Barra, and we'll finish off with Mr. Dietz. So Erica, you can go ahead and start presenting.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Good evening, President Alavi and distinguished members of the board and community. My colleagues and I would like to thank you for this opportunity to share highlights of this school year's opening. Although we never imagined on March 13th we would open the new school year with continued distance learning, we did start this year with the same excitement and enthusiasm that a new school year brings. Next slide. I'm Erica Square. This is my 25th year in Riverside Unified School District. I am excited to start my 5th year as the principal of Pachapa Elementary School. The Pachapa team is comprised of over 60 staff members. We currently have 25 classroom teachers with 12 on loan to the virtual program. There's a minor correction to the slide. We actually have 4 special day classroom teachers, and 2 of which of those classrooms are for students with their primary disability of autism. Next slide. Our team is committed to every student every day. That's the Pachapa way. We strive to close the opportunity gap by ensuring all students are connected and challenged daily, even virtually. The Pachapa team has the championship mentality. As Rita Pearson says, every child deserves a champion, an adult who will never give up on them, who understands the power of connection and insists that they become the best they can possibly be. We currently have approximately 100 more students enrolled in our in-person program than the virtual program. We also have 35 students in the home-based program. Did you know that Pachapa was originally a school for students with special needs? It would later reopen as a full K-6 school in 1986. Pachapa was also one of the first schools in the district to adopt Avid Elementary. And prior to the school closure, we were in the process of becoming a demonstration school.
2 slides, please. Next one.
Thank you. Connection through communication has been the key throughout the school closure and during the opening of the new school year. The staff maintained communication with families over the summer through social media, digital newsletters, phone calls, emails, and Class Dojo. As a staff, we created a virtual staff lounge through an app called GroupMe. In order to build up the excitement for the new school year, Parents were asked to post pictures of their child's learning space and the traditional first day school photo. As you can see, the smiles were wide and their eyes were bright, full of anticipation for what the new year would bring. The first day was busy. The support staff continued to enroll new students, provide tech support, and distribute devices and hotspots. The teachers worked diligently to connect with every student. Next slide. Through all the challenges and hiccups, I am pleased to share the staff maintained a commitment to unity and excellence. Everyone has come together to create something beautiful, just as Mrs. Gonzalez posted after she finished setting up her home classroom, which you can see in the upper left-hand corner. We are in this together, classified, certificated students and parents, and there's no place we'd rather be. And now I'll hand off to Principal Grimble.
So I am Katie Grimble. I'm the principal of University Heights Middle School. I have had the honor and pleasure of serving the Uni community going on 8 years, first as an assistant principal and now as a principal. I'm excited to be here tonight to be able to share some of our opening highlights with you. Next slide. For the last several years at University Heights, we focused on creating a positive culture on campus by building relationships between staff, students, and parents. We utilize PBIS, social skills instruction, and restorative practices to ensure that we are providing students with the tools they need to be successful on campus and in their lives into the future. As our new motto states, together we can and together we will. Next slide, please. University Heights has approximately 850 students each year. This year, about half are enrolled in the in-person program and about half are in virtual. We have 15 teachers serving virtual students and 22 serving our in-person program. We have 30 additional educators on campus, including our office staff, our instructional aides, and our tutors as well. Uni was originally located at what is now the Cesar Chavez Community Center on University Avenue. Luckily for us, we are still able to partner with several of the programs offered there to help our students continue learning and growing outside of school. Next slide, please. In preparation for school starting, our staff worked together to create a distance learning resource website designed to serve as a one-stop shop for all things that parents and students needed to know to start the school year. There was a lot of information to process about any program that parents chose, so we tried our best to put it all in one spot that was easy to access and to navigate. The site has bell schedules, instructions for what to do the first 2 days, a school tour video, welcome videos for teachers that students were able to watch before logging on to class for the first day. The site also houses several tutorials for parents on how to use Aries, Google Classroom, and other important tools. We also put a heavy focus on messaging to parents. We utilized online newsletters, phone calls, emails, text messages, and even just a banner up in front of the school to get the word out about the first day and what to expect. Next slide, please. As I'm sure most schools did, we encountered a couple of challenges the first 2 weeks. 2 of the most challenging being staffing changes in time. We have loaned 15 teachers to the virtual program, which resulted in many teachers having some changes in assignments. However, several of them have reported that the collaborative relationships they've built previously on campus have helped them in the transition because they know who to reach out to for ideas and support. Luckily for us as well, the last 7 years at Uni, we've utilized the first 2 weeks of school to build relationships, teach social skills, and teach campus expectations. Our teachers, both in person and virtual, were able to use these lessons from past years to help them make the most of the first 2 weeks prior to jumping into content completely next week. Next slide, please. Our first day, like Erica said, was busy, but it was fabulous. The pictures here showcase many of our staff members capturing their first day fun. So our staff have set up workstations, some in their classrooms and some in their own homes. You can see some have their own lighting set up and microphones like Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Yu. Others, like Mr. Breslin, are using materials from their homes to teach important concepts and vocabulary words like the word adapt. Classified staff members are also getting used to their new workspaces, like one of our instructional assistants, Mrs. Sosa, who you can see here logging into class to support her student online, or our health clerk, Mrs. Dodrill, and our youngest, Uni Wolf, who are busy calling parents about missing immunization records. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to share a couple of highlights from the first week. First, I'd like to recognize the hard work that our counselors and all of the other counselors in the district are doing. They have done an amazing job, not just at scheduling, but also at providing support for both staff and students in need. Our counselors in particular are conducting individual student check-ins. They're visiting classes to introduce themselves, all while managing the scheduling needs of the school. Our next highlight is about some of the outstanding work our classified staff members have been doing. Our nutrition services staff are back at it, handing out meals. Our instructional aides and campus supervisors have been helping prepare textbooks for distribution this week. We did successfully completed day 2 today. And our office staff have been busy registering new students, helping to check out devices to families, and otherwise just helping answer parent questions. I'd also like to share a little bit about our first staff meeting. This is typically my favorite meeting of the year because we rarely ever get every single staff member in the room together. This year's meeting was held via Google Meets, not in person, but it was still wonderful to come back together as a group and kick off the year. Our theme for the year is Game On. During the meeting, we talked about accepting the challenge that is this new normal, failing forward, and getting out of our comfort zones. All of this in the context of distance learning, but also in the context of evaluating our practices through an equity-focused lens and changing our systems, policies, and procedures to ensure that all of our students are getting what they need from our school. And now that we've got 45 teachers and over 850 students active and participating in online instruction, we're ready to conquer the rest of the year. Game on. And now I'd like to hand it over to Principal Stephen Ibarra from Arlington High School.
Good evening, Dr. Hanson, President Alavi, and members of the board. I'm thankful for the opportunity to share some highlights regarding Arlington High School. My name is Stephen Ibarra, and this is my 24th year in education, all but 3 right here in RUSD. This is my 9th year serving as principal and 5th year at Arlington High School. I'm fortunate and grateful to be able to serve our Arlington community. At Arlington, we do our best to stress the importance of team and a belief that we all play an important role in serving our campus community. In doing so, we come to value every staff member as an educator, regardless of position, and we're all tasked with the utmost responsibility of fostering the academic achievement and well-being of our students. So we work to trust one another, fulfill our responsibilities to the best of our ability, and share a message that you can count on me. And yes, our first week was unlike any we've ever experienced before. Nonetheless, it was still a first week to a new school year. If you can go backwards, please. Thank you. So we prepared differently by incorporating a drive-through process to completing certain tasks. We welcomed new student registrations. We served meals. Teachers presented lessons. Students engaged in those lessons, and other members of our team were still hard at work tending to the needs of our campus. All in all, it just speaks to what makes our Arlington community magnificent, the people. I cherish the fact that we are a community in which we strive to take care of ourselves, take care of each other, and take care of our community. Next slide, please. Of course, the focus of our community is our students, of which a little over 1,000 are enrolled in our in-person program, and a little under 1,000 are participating in our virtual program. Speaking of students in our amazing community, I thought you might find it interesting that we have approximately 21 members of our staff who are alumni of Arlington High School. Next slide, please. With respect to our actual first day of school, I surveyed our students and staff to solicit their feedback. And I thought you might find it interesting that it was in fact a first day similar to other first days our students and staff have encountered in the past. Students still enjoyed meeting their teachers and seeing their classmates once again. And true to form, many students expressed that the best part of their day was lunch. Next slide, please. Likewise, our staff enjoyed seeing and hearing from our students. They loved seeing our students problem solve, overcome their shyness, and engage in their lessons. Next slide, please. And at the risk of repeating myself, just like any start to a new school year, there were some challenges. Our students expressed they were nervous and shy. They had to figure out the new schedule, as well as the technology associated with distance learning. And for anyone who's been around teenagers, waking up early is always a challenge. Next slide, please. With respect to our staff, they too experienced a few first day challenges. Two of the most stressing challenges being the ability to establish their interpersonal connection to our students and the scheduling demand placed upon our counselors. While all of us throughout RUSD are doing incredible work right now, if I may, I'd like to take just a brief moment to express appreciation for all of our counselors in the district for the responsibility of enrolling students in 3 instructional programs within a time frame they've never been asked to do before and under circumstances, as you know, we've never faced. All that said, I feel compelled to once again share my gratitude for our phenomenal Arlington community and the grace they have shared with us as we enter our new school year. I'd now like to introduce Mr. Dennis Dietz, Director of EOC.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Dietz. I'm the Director of the Educational Options Center. Tonight, I will be sharing about the opening of the Summit View Home-Based program. I've been in the field of education for 35 years. My first principal position was 15 years ago, and I'm in my 8th year at EOC. This year, the EOC houses Summit View Home-Based program with 33 teachers. Like every principal, I can say without a doubt, I do have the best staff and the best students anywhere. In the last 2 weeks, my Summit View staff from 20 different schools has really helped me get through this unusual school opening of 2021. One early step, of course, was to launch this Summit View staff website. Next slide, please. Our Summit View home-based program has 1,100 students. And not only are my teachers from 20 different schools and my students from 50 different schools, my teachers are all still spread out across the district. Although their classrooms are in Google Classroom, their rooms are in Highland, Gage, Arlington, and so on. Next slide, please. Our first week of school was all about communication. We talk a lot about messaging, but at the end of the day, the communication that must be built is that between the teacher, the student, and the parent. So while completing digital citizenship classes, teachers met with parents and students for hours, getting to know each other, learning strengths and interests, discussing schedules and procedures, and creating a mutual bond of trust. But being also a new program, teachers spent many hours getting to know each other and helping define our Summit View home-based program. Here is a Google Meet with some of the elementary teachers. The teacher on the lower left, Amy Benton, taught in the RVS elementary school program last year and is our local resident expert. Although she comes across as a mild-mannered first grade teacher, don't let the image fool you. Miss Benton has actually a TV personality who starred with her sister Angie, also an amazing teacher at EOC, in a Wipeout episode a few years back. Anyway, I thought you might enjoy seeing what it really looks like. So here's Amy during this particular staff meeting, helping her colleagues better understand their role as teachers in the home-based program. Next slide.
Just to share with you and just to kind of shift your mind from being a comprehensive teacher in the classroom, you're at this point right now this year, you all have to shift your minds on basically what your role is as a teacher. So I always tell my families that I am a co-teacher with you. I'm a co-collaborator with you. You're your child's teacher, but I'm going to support you and every step of the way. And if I need to hold your hand and answer like the silliest little question that you might think it is, I'm here for you.
Thank you. It makes me want to do homeschool. All right. We are so excited to start this new program in RUSD. My teachers are super thrilled to embark on this much needed opportunity for our Riverside students. Thank you for inviting us to share our 2021 school year openings with you tonight. And that concludes our 4 principals.
Thank you, principals and teams.
Thank you, everybody. That was enlightening. I really enjoyed that. Sure, you can hear me. We will now move on to our district superintendent's comments.
Thank you, President Alvey, and thank you to those principals who did a great job representing all 50 principals as talking about the highlights of the first week as well as the challenges. Certainly this COVID-19 pandemic has been an incredibly heavy lift when considering the safety concerns for 42,000 students and 4,000 employees. The weekly and sometimes daily pivots have not been easy. And because of this, I am very grateful to you, our board members, for your leadership and calming, reassuring voices during this difficult time. I'm also extremely grateful to all of our employees. There has not been a moment this past summer that our teachers and staff were not actively engaged in navigating the best and safest options for all of our students and families for the new school year. And it's absolutely amazing to me to see all of the work that has been done in such a short period of time. Yet, it has been a very bumpy road, to say the least, getting the school year up and going. It is not perfect, far from it. Nevertheless, I want to assure everyone that we are committed to improving and becoming better as we face the many challenges this pandemic continues to bring. We'll need to continue to pivot, innovate, and be forward-thinking as we make our decisions, always with the best interests of our students, families, employees in mind. And in doing so, we will evaluate decisions that we have made, make necessary changes, adjustments, and work hard to enhance our current practices, our current processes, and our current programs. It will continue to require from all of us patience, flexibility, and understanding as we move through this unprecedented time together. Absolutely. We are going to get through this and be stronger and more prepared because of our experiences. I truly believe that, and I know that to be true. So thanks again for our board's leadership, for the staff's hard work and dedication, and the patience and understanding, especially from our students and our families. That concludes my report this evening. Mrs. Alvey, back to you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have board comments now, and I'm going to start with Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt? You have to unmute, Mr. Hunt. Can't hear you.
There we go. Is that better, Ms. Alvey?
That's it.
All right. I do thank you. And thank you to those principals and teachers. That was very enlightening. I love, I had a note here, just Mrs. Gimbel, I believe it is, that says game on. I believe that might be a great t-shirt for us to put out there and let COVID know that we're here and we're not giving up, because I do want to compliment just briefly and sincerely the entire RUSD nation, from parents to our leadership staff, to our students, our teachers, our classified support and management staff, and also, as we're going to hear more about, our community, who has come around and embraced something that's very important to them, and that's our education system. This is the most difficult and unsettling time in American education, and I'll be watching very carefully of the next 2 weeks and on these broadcasts on TV and from Milwaukee and I forgot where else, or the White House, I guess, who will be interested in supporting and really helping to bring back and reinvigorate American education. But I'm so impressed with the commitment of everyone I've mentioned, and I thank you again, Mrs. Alvey, for the time that you put in as our president at this district office, and it means a lot. Again, I like game on, but I do think about President Reagan and Ron Ellis, at the president of CBU, has it on his desk. He had a placket that says, "It," and in capital letters, "can be done." And I believe RUSD is showing that, and just to have equal partisanship. In his 1933 inaugural address, when we're facing the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl, growing fascism in Europe, and so many problems, FDR reminded us that we have nothing to fear but fear itself. And I believe this opening, Mrs. Alavey and colleagues and members of the community out there, and has shown that we are fearless, we are moving forward. I'm very proud to be part of the district and play the role that we do. And I know that it will be a better day ahead. I do want to compliment, thank you, Chief Academic Officer Renee Hill. Ms. Tinnett, 1 of 98 on National History Day. That is really deserving of accolades, and one of my favorite events in the United States and here in the district. Joe Nito, we've known about Joe for a long time, his passion and his professionalism together, and now the secret's out. And you know, I should remind the public and all of us, there is 1,000 public school districts in the state of California, and to be recognized is not just happenstance. It's finding that golden needle in the haystack. And Joe, you certainly have done it. And Renee Hill, thank you. I'm very excited to hear more about this community engagement that we've been invited to be part. That is Riverside. And as we go forward, I've been trying to think of a way to describe what we're in when people ask me, and this isn't the best either, but I was watching the old Turner broadcast the other Saturday, and that movie back from the 90s, I think it was, Twister, came on. And you recall that they would show in the Twister, remember the cow was flying around, the buildings were flying around and everything. And I turned down the sound and just watched it. And I thought, you know, that's kind of like what we're in right now. Everything's just flying together. And very likely it's not going to be reverse Twister that brings it all back to the way it was. We're going to adapt and overcome and rebuild. And I have extreme confidence in our staff, Mrs. Alavey and my fellow colleagues, and from the newest classified employee to Dr. Hanson and everybody in between, that this will be, as I've said before, when we look back and we think about the 1965 board, but this will be our finest day. And I'm proud to be a part of it and just to be here with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you.
And now I will call on Mr. Lee.
Thank you, President Alvey. I'll keep my comments short. I do want to thank the 4 principals that shared out today. It's great to keep things, we have so much inconsistency. So have these consistent things we do every year to celebrate the opening of school and to get the feedback of what's happening, I think is really important. It's kind of our little dipstick to see how things are going. And I had I've had several conversations with district folks and retired district folks this week. And I'm just really, really impressed with the way that school is open. I think Dr. Hanson said it, it's far from perfect. But I think so far, so good, or so good so far. I know we got a lot more to do, and I've heard from teachers and parents who are frustrated, and I get it. I empathize with you. I feel for you. And while I know every day is precious and we don't want to lose any hours of our kids learning, because there's only so many hours in a day and so many days in a school year. Today is day 7, right? We just finished day 7 of the school year. We've got lots of runway ahead. So I'm confident with the team that we have and the capable teachers and counselors and support staff that we have, that we will get these kinks worked out. If there's kinks happening in your particular situation, and just to reach out to your principal and let them know, so that we can get you the help that you need, so that whatever stress, whether it's your device isn't working or you don't have the books you need or you don't know how to log into the classroom, there's someone there to help you. So feel free to keep emailing me. I'm listening. I don't know how much I can help, but otherwise make sure that the right person hears your voice. So thanks to all the parents, thanks to all the teachers, thanks to all the counselors, thanks to the support staff, thanks to all the admin, and also thank you, Mrs. Alavey, for leading the board through this tough time. I don't envy the job, but I'm glad you're sitting in that seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate that. Ms. Locke Dawson.
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. I want to echo everybody's comments. I want to say, first off, I want to apologize to every parent and every teacher where something has not gone right this week and this past week. It's been really difficult. But I also want to say thank you to everybody, every teacher and every parent and all of our staff, because as things come up, as Mr. Lee said, it's been, a scramble to try to address it. And I know all the parents and the teachers who've been contacting me and asking me to work through, our staff has been incredibly helpful and supportive. So thank you. I know it's difficult when we want things settled, and folks like things to be just settled down, but unfortunately, I think we're in this for a little bit, but we have to keep the faith and move forward. And I think we just got to keep moving forward. And I too want to thank Mrs. Alavi and Dr. Hansen and his staff, and also our members of the community that have reached out and helped us all manner of ways. I mean, we've gotten laptops distributed. We've gotten retired teachers come back and help us. We've got, the chamber helping us. We've got our community centers, NAACP. Everybody's pitching in right now. And that's how it should be. And that's what I love about Riverside. When we got a job to do, everybody comes together, and our kids are really depending on us. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. And now I'll stop. Thanks. Welcome back.
Thank you, Ms. Lakdassin. Appreciate that. Dr. Farouk.
Hi, everyone. I hope that you can hear me okay. I'm actually doing this meeting from my phone, so I hope that the sound is coming through clearly. I had an issue with my laptop, so my apologies. I want to echo the sentiments from my colleagues. One, just to express deep gratitude and appreciation for all of our staff, our employees throughout the entire district, for their tenacity, their flexibility, and their patience as they try to work through everything. I know we've all been getting a lot of messages about constructive feedback. And I really hope also that, especially in times like this, that we are all, as a district, really being intentional about wanting to foster an environment where everybody feels like they can candidly provide feedback, so that no matter how hard we're trying, that we can always strive to find improvement and try to meet the moment as best as we can for the sake of our students. So I really want to emphasize that. And also, similar to my colleagues, I really want to express profound appreciation for our community, for everybody coming together, providing support for our students, whether it's in-kind contributions, donations, and again, just the general support for public education during this crisis. I also want to highlight that the County of Riverside has decided to use some of its CARES funds to support youth internships. And so I know that Ron Weston and Dr. Lewis and others are following up to ensure that our school district hopefully can take advantage of these opportunities for CTE. I think they're very timely. And again, I give credit to the county for recognizing the importance of youth being uplifted, again, for career opportunities. I also want to highlight that the governor recently signed into law requiring the Cal State University system to make ethnic studies a graduation requirement. I, again, think this is a prelude to an inevitable direction of what's going to happen, whether it's now or in the near future, for high school graduation. And I sincerely hope that our school district can be at the forefront of this effort. It's the legislation is moving very quickly, and I know that I saw that we're going to be putting this on a future agenda item soon, but it's not going to be. It seems it's not as an action item, and I really implore my colleagues and our district to consider putting it as an action item. Whether the board ends up wanting to take action or not, it's obviously up to the collective body. But I think that the option should be available for us to do that. And so that's my update. And again, I want to just express my appreciation for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. Appreciate it. Thank you, board members. Good comments. I will now move to public input. And before I start calling on people to speak, I wanted to give the public a little update on some changes we're going to make to public input for the next meeting, not tonight, but for the next meeting. The Brown Act that we operate under, that members of the public requires the members of the public have an opportunity to address the board on matters within the board's jurisdiction during board meetings. Executive orders from the governor in March excused legislative bodies like ours from providing a physical location for the public to observe and comment during a public meeting, provided the body compiled with certain requirements. One of those was included allowing members of the public to observe and address the meeting telephonically or otherwise electronically. When the pandemic began, the board permitted members of the community to send in written comments to be read aloud, as we initially did not have the technology established to facilitate comments telephonically. Tonight, we will continue to facilitate the public comment portion of our agenda by reading submitted comments. Over the past months, however, we have worked to be able to facilitate live virtual public comment in a manner substantially similar to an ordinary in-person meeting. As a result, starting with our next meeting on September 1st, 2020, the board will only facilitate public comments submitted to the board by members of the public who choose to join that meeting through Zoom to directly voice their comments to the board. The agenda for that meeting will include instructions for how the public will be able to participate. The board will treat any emailed communication as correspondence from the sender to the board, which will be shared with the board but not read aloud during the public meeting. The board continues to encourage members of our community to address the board during board meetings, and we look forward to your comments. Also, let me clarify the difference between public input and speaking to an agenda topic. When I call on public input, I'm asking for items of interest that are not on the agenda. And then later we will hear if you have a comment regarding the start of school, or later on when we talk about district aesthetic requirements, we will address those during those particular topics. So now I'm going to ask if there have been any public comments submitted for items that are not on the agenda for tonight.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, this evening we have 3 public comments for items not on the agenda. And our first one is joining us by Zoom. Mr. Kyle Duncan, you may go ahead and unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Dr. Hanson, board members, and RUSD family. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. And as a RUSD teacher with 20 years of experience, it does not go unnoticed that this year in education has been challenging as I can remember. With that said, I'd like to share with you some personal experiences that may shine some light on some of the successes that are happening in the trenches of our school sites. Many teachers like myself have been assigned to virtual teaching and initially could not feel more disconnected from their brick and mortar school sites. Many of us are stretching in ways that have never been demanded from us. However, the level of communication and camaraderie amongst the staff at Martin Luther King High School has been tremendous. My colleagues have worked together to brainstorm and problem solve through late night or early morning emails and text messages. We are collaborating with such intention and sincerity. Often in high school, departments can get siloed into their subject specialties. This year, I have seen a tremendous amount of those silos being broken down. One person who is breaking through those silos and blazing a trail of light for those of us scrambling and struggling in the dark is Jennifer Pfeffer. Jennifer has gone out of her way to share technology tips, short tutorial videos, and long phone calls to support our staff. Jennifer's unselfish service has given hope to so many of us who are just overwhelmed by all the technological nuance and navigation that is required now. Our staff loves her and appreciates her even more. I am confident that my story is not unique, that there are many Jennifer Pfeffers at each of our school sites who rescue us from our technological despairs. My confidence in our RUSD family has never been so high as it is at this moment. I could spend hours sharing many of my personal experiences and many stories that have been told to me by my colleagues about all staff are finding a way or making a way for success to happen in our schools. We are a resilient family of educators at RUSD, and I'm grateful to my mentor, Kelly McAllister, for being a true example of resilience, both to me now and during my foundational years as a teacher at Gage Middle School. I want to share so many more positive moments, but I am limited on time. The stories of greatness are out there, and unfortunately, we often are only exposed to the negative and pessimistic messages around us. I hope that we can find it in our hearts to share the great moments that we have had with our students and others. Ultimately, our example and our impact on our students is what's most important and is what will be remembered long after we leave. I'm so grateful to have started the school year on time so we could get back to doing what we love, and that's teaching students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan. Our next public input does not have a name. Distinguished members of the Education Board, today I turn to you to express my frustration with the district for lack of access for Spanish-speaking parents. Why is it that some schools have access to translators and others do not? I don't think it's fair that not all of the parents have the same rights and access to information in their language. Spanish is not a foreign language. Spanish is one of the first languages spoken in the United States. In California, the main language was Spanish. In California, Spanish was spoken over 100 years before English was first spoken. Spanish is just as important as English, and in the district, there are a large percentage of parents and students who speak Spanish. Therefore, I do not understand why the district treats Spanish-speaking parents as second-class citizens. We parents need to start advocating for our rights. It takes a lot of things to get the equity they love to invoke. I think we have all been silent for a long time because we blindly believe in you that you will always do what is best for our children. However, that is not always the case, and perhaps you do not realize because no one says anything. I ask you to please help our parents and invest more in bilingual teachers, translators, interpreters, and competent people who can truly communicate in the language of their parents. Many times the district wants secretaries or school assistants to help parents who speak Spanish, and this is not fair. Firstly, that is not their job. And secondly, even if those people do it willingly, the translations and interpretations are not adequate. We need trained people, real interpreters and translators to do that work. Please fight to close the language gap. Thank you very much for your time, a concerned parent.
Our next comment is from Santiago Gonzalez. I would like to make a suggestion to the board. I've been using the district webpage, and it seems that the format isn't ideal. I want to share that sometimes it's difficult to find what one is looking for because there is too much information on the homepage. My suggestion is that the RUSD webpage be more organized. I would like to see the information separated by topic with different files. I have seen web pages of other districts and they are easier to navigate. I think that in organizing the web page, parents will be able to find what they are looking for easily. Thanks for taking into consideration my suggestion. And Mrs. Alavi, that concludes public input for tonight.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to go on to our reports and discussion. And the first is F1. So I'm going to ask again, are there any comments that refer to F1, which is the update on the 2021 opening of the school year with COVID-19?
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we do have public input for this action item, or for this item. I apologize. There are 27 comments. And our first one from Sandra Cervantes. Hello, my name is Sandra, and I've asked my daughter to send this message to be able to express the annoyance that parents are experiencing. As parents, we are asking for help with technology. We need technology classes for parents. Many parents need help with email. At this time, a great need to help parents with technology. Not knowing how to use technology and programs like email, Google Classroom, Google Meets puts the parents at a great disadvantage. How will parents receive messages from the district if they do not have access or know how to access the virtual programs?
Next comment, high school student. Dear Board of Education, I am a student in RUSD and I go to North High School. I wanted the board to know how hard my counselor has worked for me on my scheduling. She has emailed me and messaged me in the evening and communicated with my parents regarding my schedule. I have heard from my other friends too that their counselors are working all day and evenings to fix schedules. I wanted them to know in the middle of this pandemic, it is nice to know that they have our back because my school counselor does everything she can. Thank you.
Our next comment from N. Para. I have asked my daughter's teacher multiple times about posting the live sessions, and she said she needed to check with admin about privacy issues. It was from my understanding last spring and this fall, after checking with other RUSD teachers, that they are able to be sharing those recorded sessions. This is a concern for two reasons. One, having multiple children doing distance learning, I am not always by my daughter's side, and she has special needs, and 6, and unable to tell me what she isn't understanding that her teacher shared or said. And 2, for us parents in general to know what is being shared with our children. Last week, a presentation was shared with the class about technology and feelings. I felt one slide was inappropriate for first graders, and had I not happened to listen to that quick 5 minutes of the discussion, I would have been unaware of what my child is being presented. Why can't these sessions be shared? What exactly is the rule, since I have heard mixed things and they are supposed to be posting the recorded live sessions, live Google Meets, or are they not allowed to? And to clarify, I am referring to large class sessions, not the small group sessions. Please provide clarification about the minutes the kids are required to be on the lives. I understand there are different attendance codes, but I'm asking because my daughter's teacher is accommodating to when she needs a break and is unable to sit still. Again, a child with special needs who is in general education. We agree I would keep her logged on and then just turn off the camera during this time so as to not become a distraction to the other students when she is walking around crying, doing some ABA therapy exercises, etc. During that time, however, like today, my daughter has now melted down and is in full withdrawal behavior and might not be back before the live ends at 1:40. However, the work the teacher is going over, my child already completed this morning, so she has done the work and was involved in the live. Is her attendance affected by logging off early or her participation grade?
Next comment. I am a mother in this district and my daughter is in the virtual program. My daughter has to take care of her nephews during the day because we all work. Her counselor called us in the afternoon after 6 p.m. to help us change program options so that she could take her classes in the evening. I would like for you to know that not just any educator does that, and her counselor took the time after hours to help us. They are doing a big job. They are always very kind, and they deserve a round of applause. Thank you.
Next comment. I have been asking for help from the district for my daughter because she is having technical difficulties. They've given me the number 951-208-7185 to talk to a technician from the district. However, I've called this number and they haven't been able to help me. They've told me that they are not able to help me and that I need to call the school. I call the school and they tell me I have to call the number that I just mentioned earlier. I don't know how to help my daughter and I don't know what I should do. I wanted to share this with you because I believe other parents are having the same difficulties.
Next comment. District parent. Hello, RUSD School Board. I am a parent with a high school student in the virtual program. On Monday, my daughter started class with only 3 of the 6 classes she needed. I am writing tonight because of the district's poor planning in starting this school year. To make things worse, it took several days and multiple emails back and forth to finally get this situation corrected. And I know it's because there were so many kids in this situation. This caused added anxiety for my child, and I have heard from many parents that they were in the same situation. I sat and watched the last board meetings for information and noticed that 2 board members asked for the school year to be extended, and the district staff, specifically Ryan Lewis, kept saying we would be okay, and someone else said it would have to be negotiated at a board meeting. After that, there was no follow-up on those requests. Well, I want the board to know that my child's schedule was not ready and even thought Mr. Lewis promised we would start on time. There are major issues with schedules everywhere throughout the entire district from middle school to high school. My neighbor's daughter has yet to be placed in the appropriate classes for her IEP. What do you do when your own staff doesn't listen to you as the board and hides the fact from you? If they don't listen to you, what makes the board think they will listen to parents of their or their own employees. This is one reason I did not participate on the task force invitations. The district made too many promises for program choices and didn't communicate clearly that options would be limited for our children based on their program choices. There needs to be clear and real communication, not the sugar-coated vague emails we have been getting.
Next comment, Candelaria Ortiz. Good afternoon. I write to you today to share that the district has been sending confusing messages. One day they say one thing and the next day they say something different. It also bothers me that the district sends very long messages. They share too much information that isn't relevant to the student and parent needs. The messages you send home should be clear, concise, and straight to the point. Please take into consideration the parents and their time. Thank you very much.
Next comment. Good evening, Board President Alavi. I am writing as a concerned RUSD teacher regarding the sweatshop of counselors that is happening. The counselors have been working 12 and 14 days and over the weekend, and no one seems to bring this to anyone's attention. The district knew they were going to have to work in 3 different master schedules and learn 5 different scheduling processes and did nothing to prepare them. They won't say anything because they always just do, but I am speaking up for them because this has been a complete nightmare with teachers having over 36 kids in a class period. Why are the counselors treated this way? Why doesn't anyone care about one of the hardest working groups in the district? We have the highest graduation rate, and this last school year, they kept up that rate even during the pandemic, but yet they are treated like trash. I have worked alongside counselors for over 15 years and see the countless hours they put in before school and late nights, yet no one has taken the time to look deeper into the needs of this group and how they serve our kids. Now more than ever, it resonates that we need more school counselors. I have sent referrals for SAP only to be told they are full or only part-time, and so the school counselors have always addressed the social emotional needs of my students, not these SAP people. Why didn't we hire more counselors? Because these therapists are always in training or can only see 5 to 10 kids. If we had hired counselors, they could have stepped in to help with this fiasco. Just like other districts did, the start of the school year should have been pushed back even just a week to allow our counselors time to fix schedules. Instead, teachers received their rosters on the weekend before school started and had to link their kids on a Sunday, leaving us and counselors scrambling the day before school started to put out fires with schedules. What did the counselors do to deserve this kind of treatment? Did they not help kids get into college? Have they not helped kids at risk? What negligence did they do to be treated this way? We should be doing everything we can to support them and alleviate all this scheduling so that they can spend their time where it really matters, with the kids they serve.
Our next comment from Blanca Lopez. I would like to share that the programs that the district offered confused many parents. Many did not understand that difference between the 3 programs. You offered the programs at the last minute and parents had to choose a program as soon as possible. I made a mistake in choosing the program because I couldn't speak with anyone who could explain the different models. Now the school is telling me that the district will wait a month to change programs for students. This is crazy to me. It's because of this that many parents are leaving public schools for private schools and other educational programs.
Next comment, Allison Kinnear. At the last board meeting, a reference to the beginning of the school year always being a little rough, and it was said it will all work out. It always does. Making decisions on July 21st that required months of work to do in just 15 days has had a huge negative impact on counselors, teachers, and now students. I want to make sure the board and cabinet are aware of some of the realities of the past 3 weeks that have been the result of last-minute decisions. Here's a short list. 1, we had less than 24 hours from the time we knew our staffing to put together a new master schedule while losing 30 teachers. This is usually a collaborative multi-month process. 2, programs were decimated at the in-person school as well as the virtual school. Our IB, AVID, and Academy programs lost teachers and students, limiting the flexibility of our schedule to accommodate their needs. 3, The number of special education teachers was cut by nearly 50%, and we have the biggest class sizes in special education classes that we have ever had at the most trying time. 4, the virtual school had to lock in their schedule at 67% of the students scheduled. That left over 1,500 students to hand schedule by counselors in 2 days, a Saturday and Sunday no less. We were actually trained how to do this scheduling at 8:30 on August 10th. Yes, that was the first day of school. 5, teachers were given only a few days to prepare for new courses they had never taught before, including AP Economics, AP Physics, IB Physics, AP US History, AP Government, and so many more. 6, class sizes are incredibly out of compliance, with a PE class in the virtual school actually starting with 167 students. As of this morning, there is an art class with 124 students, a world literature class with 75, Spanish 1 with 74, and the list goes on and on. Counselors, teachers, and administration are exhausted, and all we can do is try to mend the mess made by the late decisions and impossible timelines. One of my biggest fears right now is that this may all happen again. If hundreds of students who asked to move back to their home schools are granted that wish in a few weeks, we will have to rebuild this schedule again. Please reach out to those of us in the trenches and get realistic timelines so that we can all make decisions that are in the best interest of our students.
The next comment from Veronica Solaris. Now that students are in virtual school, my student has been assigned a teacher that does not speak Spanish. The truth is, I do not know how to communicate with her. I have so many questions and I feel like nobody can help me. Who can I contact?
Next comment, Marcos Rodriguez. I would like to ask you how you are facilitating communication with Spanish-speaking parents. Is there a number I can call to get help? I feel like you are not providing enough resources for parents in Spanish. I called the district hotline for help and nobody answered. I have spoken to many parents and they also think that the district needs to do a better job in communicating with Spanish-speaking parents.
Next comment, a parent. Hello, I know there are probably a lot of comments from people complaining how the school year started, but I think that the district has been on top of things. I have a special needs child and my family has already been contacted by the school to set up their services as set forth in their IEP. It appears that the teachers assigned to my children are a good fit and they are doing their best to provide the IEP services, including the one-on-one aid. I know it would be easier for the kids to learn in person, but it isn't safe for them to do so. If people would stop being selfish and just wear a mask, maintain 6 feet apart from others, avoid large gatherings, and wash their hands, then we will be able to get off the watch list and get back in the classroom. Masks are safe to wear and will not affect a person's oxygen level, despite what some people think. I would like to thank the teachers and other staff that have been working really hard and probably more than if the kids were in the classroom. I also want to thank the board for their hard work these last few months.
Next comment, Sandra Cervantes. Hello, my name is Sandra, and I have asked my daughter to send this message to be able to express the annoyance that parents are experiencing. As parents, we are asking for help with technology. We need technology classes for parents. Many parents need help with email. At this time, a great need is to help parents with technology. Not knowing how to use technology and programs like email, Google Classroom, Google Meets, puts the parents at a great disadvantage. How will parents receive messages from the district if they do not have access or do not know how to access the virtual programs?
Next comment, Dale Kinnear. I'm wondering how many teachers, classified employees, students, and parents are asking this question. At the last minute, with little planning, why did we change thousands of student schedules, disrupt teacher assignments by having them teach grade levels and courses they've never taught, and involuntarily move so many employees? Everyone is teaching and learning online. We didn't need to disrupt anything. Once school started and teachers, parents, and students were comfortable with their online learning, we could have properly planned the details required to return to an in-person model, or parents could have declined and parents could have decided to have students remain learning virtually, knowing all the consequences. It's a legitimate question. We can learn from this.
Next comment, a teacher. Good afternoon. I would like to make a few comments on how the opening of schools is going from a teacher's perspective. This has been the most difficult back to school I have had in 18 years of teaching. This isn't because we are living in a pandemic and teaching virtually. It is because we are ill prepared to meet the needs of our students. This is due to the lack of good planning by the district and the decisions made by this board. The school district has basically been dismantled. Teachers involuntarily transferred, students transferred, grade levels changed, to name a few of the last-minute decisions that were made. I have heard more than one staff member comment that this is typical of any back to school and that last-minute changes happen all the time. This is not true of what happened in the past 2 weeks. 500 plus teachers are not typically transferred 3 days before school begins. Typically, we are not changing grade levels for hundreds of teachers 3 days before school begins. Schedules have been changed a week into the school year. That is also not typical. Why isn't anyone acknowledging that mistakes might have been made? We now have 3 different classes of teachers: in-person, virtual, and homeschool. All 3 have very different job duties, descriptions, and hours of work. Teachers have had very little paid training and no paid training on how to best deliver content to students virtually. Teachers have not been provided with the proper tools to teach virtually. Most of us are using a 13-inch laptop to meet with 30 plus students. Many of us have spent our own money to purchase additional monitors so we can actually see our students while teaching them. Teachers ask questions of staff and admin, and we get the standard "we are working on it" response, or we don't even know whom to ask the question. It seems pushing the school year forward a couple of weeks might have allowed staff to properly prepare and plan for the problems we are facing. Students don't even have materials yet, and we are 9 days into the school year. New students are being added to our rosters daily, and we are being told that it is okay if you are over contract numbers. It will only be for a little while. Then what? More movement for the students? More disruption to the classroom culture that teachers are trying so hard to create right now? I hope the board will take all of this into consideration when making any future decisions regarding teachers and students. Thank you for your time.
Next comment. I would like to express my gratitude to the district for helping my daughter with a computer and internet access. Because of the pandemic, I have lost my job and we are going through a difficult time. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't lent us the Chromebook and internet. Again, thank you very much and God bless you.
Next comment. Good afternoon. I would like to know what the district is doing to help Spanish-speaking families. Not all documents are being sent virtually. I can't help my children if I do not know what they need to do. Please do something in that regard.
Next comment. I'd like to comment that I'm a little confused. I chose the virtual program for my child and it is at Longfellow Elementary, but her teacher is from another school. Who do I contact if I have any questions or if I need to know something? Which school do I need to call? I'm receiving messages from many schools. I am very confused.
Next comment. When will the FRC be open? The FRC is a big help to parents, and we need people like Mrs. Susanna to help us with the process of the virtual classes. I have been calling, but I only get voicemail. I understand that they are closed because of the pandemic, but at the same time, this place is a big help to the parents of RUSD.
Next comment. I would like to commend the director, Dennis Dietz, and assistant principal, Aaron Reed, for their work with the families and students at RVS, Summit View, and Raincross schools. They have done an excellent job of trying to work with those of us that are extremely frustrated, exhausted, and downright disappointed in the board's action towards our students that lost their school this year. We were promised by the board to receive the utmost respect when it came to the transition we faced and were betrayed. A large number of our students still do not have assigned schools, schedules, or teachers. Mr. Dietz and Mrs. Reed have their entire staff working tirelessly to provide our families with whatever answers and assistance they can, while the district and the board play tug of war with our students. As a parent, trying to reassure my child that their education means something to those whose hands hold it is not easy when I fail to believe it myself. Thank you, Mr. Dietz and Mrs. Reed, for your unrequited effort and attention to your students and our families. To the board and RUSD, do better.
Mrs. Alavi, that concludes the 20 minutes. However, we have 5 comments remaining.
If the board would agree, I would hear the rest of those comments. Do I have a consensus?
I'll
move approval.
I'll second.
All right. All those say aye. Hold up your hand. Yeah,
Aye.
that's everybody. So let's hear the rest of those comments, please.
The next comment is from Mary Beth Loyal. Good evening, Dr. Hanson, esteemed members of the board, and members of the cabinet. This has been a unique first week of school that has included frustrations and tech-related challenges, but also offered many opportunities for our families to work together, problem solving. I am sure we are not alone in our experience. Our family extends sincere appreciation to all the administrators, classified staff, and teachers, many of whom sacrificed much of their summer break to prepare for this unprecedented school year. The sacrifice, dedication, and care of RUSD are extraordinary efforts that are evident every day. From those working to distribute devices, supplies, and meals in the extreme heat, teachers learning and planning while responding promptly to student and parent emails, the dynamic Family Resource Center team, cheerful executive assistants, to principals working nonstop, and those at the district office guiding us through the changes and challenges. Thank you all. Keep up the great work.
From elementary parent, I'm very concerned about my child's placement in a combo class for the distance learning portion of the hybrid program. Unfortunately, this child is getting live instruction for only 25% of the school day, while my other child is getting live instruction for about 45% of the school day. This is not a rigorous learning opportunity for each grade, and I would like the class model to be reconsidered.
Next comment, anonymous teacher. Good evening, President Alavi and board members. I want to tell you that I think the cabinet owes you an apology. As an RUSD teacher, I listened to Dr. Ryan Lewis and others repeatedly tell you that the district would be ready to welcome students back on August 10th. I sat in awe knowing they weren't ready. We are 7 days into the school year, and we have teachers who do not have teachers' manuals for grades they have never taught before or in years. We have students with no textbooks because they were not collected in time. Apps that teachers have used for years have been eliminated. Virtual teachers do not have access to the same tools that in-person teachers do. Promised supplies have not been delivered to the schools that students were expecting beginning yesterday. In-person classes are mostly combination classes and exceeding their class limits. Teachers are working around the clock and do not feel supported by district administration. The amount of information that is coming at teachers is impossible to combat. How is any of this best for kids? I wish you, as our board members, would have listened to your instincts to push back the school year rather than listen to cabinet and their delusions that everything would be ready on time. Thank you for listening.
From Steve Oster, I wish to thank Dr. Hanson, Dr. Ryan Lewis, Ashley Fulmer, and Dr. Farouk for reaching out to me when I was searching for help finding the AP environmental resources that I needed to use to prepare my 2 AP environmental science classes that were given to me 6 days before school started. These great individuals provided me with resources and support by responding quickly to my email. I was overwhelmed with the feeling of support that I received from the RUSD cabinet and RUSD board. Many thanks, as I have been using these resources and I am able to get my school year started in a greatly positive way.
Next comment, dear RUSD School Board, I am the parent of a DLI elementary student, and I am writing to say what a total nightmare the start of the school year has been. First, my daughter wasn't even assigned to a DLI teacher. I heard from many other parents this happened to them as well. Next, we were not even notified until the Saturday and Sunday prior to school starting who the teacher was. As a parent, I had no time to plan and ensure that the login and Google Classroom access was set up prior to Monday. His DLI teacher reached out Saturday night saying, had barely received my daughter's information. Thank goodness for her. She got her access to Google Classroom on a Sunday. Why did you even have a tech support email and number if you were not going to hire additional support to assist with the unprecedented number of requests and assistance families needed to get set up before school? I submitted a request on Monday, August 3rd, never heard back to this day regarding my daughter's RUSD login. Her DLI teacher helped me get her access on Sunday evening through this Remind app. This is insane. I happen to be somewhat tech savvy, but I can't imagine how this is going for parents or non-English speaking children in this district who don't know what to do or who to contact. RUSD clearly did not plan appropriately to ensure a smooth start to the school year to ensure all kids were properly assigned and had access to their technology and Google Classrooms. I want to commend the elementary DLI teachers for going above and beyond. I hope they were compensated for their additional work over the weekend because this was the worst start of the school year ever. Mrs. Alavi, that concludes the comments that were submitted prior to the item beginning.
Thank you. And I know our staff took notes of many of your questions, and hopefully they will be getting back to you with answers. And right now we will have a report with an update on the 2021 opening of school and COVID-19. And I'm going to ask for Ms. Renee Hill to take over.
Good evening, Mrs. Alavi, members of the board, and esteemed community members. Tonight, we bring you an update to the opening of schools. Despite these unprecedented times, learning continues, and our teams have been working diligently to support the needs of students, staff, and community. School has been in session for 7 days, and as you heard earlier from a few of our principals, we have had challenges, but many bright spots too. Next slide, please. We will be covering several topics this evening, including tutoring and textbook supplies, neighborhood centers, devices and hotspots, meals, student engagement and support, and family outreach. For tutoring, we're excited to be able to continue to offer small group academic support or tutoring during our Hearts and Prime Time program in our 20 elementary schools and 6 middle schools sites. In addition, Boys and Girls Club and Prime Time staff will provide daily live drop-in homework and independent classwork assistance, as well as enrichment opportunities from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Hearts and Prime Time programs began on August 17th via Phase 1 distance learning. Our AVID tutors will continue to serve students at our secondary AVID sites through their Phase 1 distance weekly tutorials. In addition, we're proud of our partnership with the AmeriCorps program. They have received flexibility from their grantee to fill in the gaps by providing service to 9 of our elementary sites that are not being served by Hearts. AmeriCorps tutors will begin working with our students mid-September. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. For materials and supplies, throughout this week, unfortunately, the hottest ever, our families will be visiting their home school sites at scheduled times to pick up materials. Students will be receiving textbooks and some consumables that they may write in and keep. In addition, students of all grade levels will be getting basic school supplies such as paper, pencil, sharpener, and ruler. Preschool and elementary will also receive crayons or colored pencils, scissors, glue, and construction paper. Students in grades 7 through 12 art classes will receive course-specific supplies such as markers, paint, sketchbooks. Use will be monitored and we'll consider replenishment as possible. We did have some supply issues which delayed delivery of a few supplies, which unfortunately means for some families a return trip for another round of pickups. For our update on neighborhood centers, the Neighborhood Learning Center concept was inspired by what the city and county of San Francisco is planning. We have partnered with the city of Riverside and are working with them to secure the use of community centers. The Cesar Chavez Center, Ismael Villegas Center, Joyce Jackson, Ruth Lewis, Rank, and Stratton Community Centers. These facilities were chosen strategically to ensure that our most under-resourced student, grade K through 6 students, will have the opportunity to access distance learning support. The plan will take place Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 3:30. Champions will be providing staffing and services. Referrals will come from the school sites. Students experiencing homeless, foster youth, and free or reduced price meal eligible students will have first priority. Our plan has been submitted to local officials and is pending approval. Champions is working with the Department of Social Services to ensure that the facilities are properly prepared. Cesar Chavez and Villegas Community Centers will be first to open with a proposed starting window of early September and other centers opening soon thereafter. Phase 1 of this project will be able to serve just over 200 students. In addition, Riverside County Office of Ed has announced a program to subsidize child care services for essential workers, which includes educators of all types who are reporting to their work sites. If there is an essential worker in need of subsidized childcare, they can call 800-442-4927 and leave a message. They should identify themselves as an essential worker and provide their best contact information. Next slide, please. In the area of meals, meal service restarted on August 11th at all RUSD sites. Grab and go meals are available according to price eligibility, free, reduced, or paid, on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 11:15 to 12:15, regardless of the program choice the students selected. Families have the option of visiting any RUSD site to pick up a meal. Students themselves are not required to be present. However, the student lunch number, which is the same as their ID number, must be presented. Families are highly encouraged to apply for the RUSD meal application at their earliest convenience, because the grace period for families that were approved last year ends on September 21st. The application can be found online by visiting riversideunified.org/backtoschool. In the area of technology, we currently have nearly 30,000 Chromebooks checked out to students. We continue to repair, clean, package, and distribute Chromebooks to school sites for checkout. We have deployed more than 2,500 hotspots to assist families who have internet needs. The district is currently exploring additional opportunities to continue to assist students with connectivity. We have set up a tech support hotline for families. Due to the high volume of calls and requests, the team had a difficult time responding in a timely manner. Since then, we've hired and trained additional staff and are able to respond to the calls more quickly. Next slide, please. In the area of student engagement, SB 98 requires attendance for students, meaning that students are required to participate in distance learning and will be marked absent if they do not participate. This participation must be daily. While there are no minimum minutes of involvement, the teacher is able to gauge daily participation by presence in the live session, by completion of assignments and assessments, and by contact between staff and students. The live sessions, by our agreement with our bargaining unit, should be recorded and posted to the teacher's Google Classroom. A systematic tiered re-engagement plan will be part of reaching out to students who are not involved in their lessons. Tier 1 is universal, meaning that it applies to all students if they miss a single day. Tier 2 will be a more personalized approach for students who have missed 2 or 3 days within a week. And Tier 3 will be a more intensive approach for students who have missed more than 3 days. Next slide, please. We continue to provide supports for our family The Family Resource Center provides connections to resources in the district and community, including health, counseling, early childhood, food, clothing, shelter, and other needs. The Student Assistance Program counselors and the Family Resources team will host webinars geared toward helping families navigate these unusual circumstances. The Super Peers program at Ramona High continues to thrive. And the focus at this time will be live webinars featuring various topics. Trauma-informed practices training will be provided to all district staff through online professional development, and additional training will be provided for student assistants, counselors, and psychologists. A social emotional playbook of supports was developed through a collaborative effort and is available for teachers and support staff. And as you have heard this evening, our school counselors have been working long hours at warp speed to place students in classroom, meet their needs and wishes when possible, and balance classes. Through this busy time, our school counselors continue to remain focused on the 3 domains of school counseling, which includes academic, college and career, and social emotional support for students. In the area of professional development, all certificated staff are taking modules and subsequent courses. Most have completed the first 3 modules already. The remaining 2, modules 4 and 5, are choice-based. Certificated staff can choose from over 75 courses, most of which were developed in-house and are more targeted to specific certificated roles and include curricular-based professional development focused around different tools for virtual and distance learning. As of today, 1,850 certificated staff have logged in and taken over 46,000 courses. Next slide, please. In the area of student, parent, and teacher feedback, we've been hearing from teachers and parents by way of phone calls, emails, and social media, both the highlights and the not so highlights of our programs. We appreciate your grace and understanding as we're doing our best to respond. At the moment, team members are designing a systematic approach to collect response data from students, family, and staff. In closing, I would like to say this is by far the most complex, far-reaching, infuriating, and delightful project I have ever undertaken. And with all the good and all the bad, I can say I'm glad to be on this journey with you all. Let's be unified.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hill. Okay, we will probably have some questions on behalf of the board. And I would like to ask, Mr. Hunt indicated you have a question? No?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, here you have a board member that's having difficulty with technology, so we can take with seriousness the questions that were asked out there. So, and Ms. Cervantes, I'd like to answer some of the parents' questions now, because they are my questions too, and many are repeated from last couple of meetings. So, Chief Academic Officer Hill, or however you would like to handle it, ma'am, the technology part, particularly to our English language learners and our Spanish speaking community, et cetera, how is that being handled? It's the same question I asked Dr. Lewis before, but how are we getting out to everyone, and how are we overcome? Let's just say this. You've heard tonight, and as Mr. Lee said earlier, it's only 7 days so far, but we can imagine that. How are we planning to overcome the accessibility, and just the lady who talked about, she called the 800 number and was told to call there, and then back and forth. I can understand that being frustrating. And of course, as you said, Ms. Hill, on our end as well. So just help me understand and help our folks understand how we're going to bring this together and give them the tools they need, which includes instruction on technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. We have a number of methods, and we'll have to keep monitoring to see if they hit the spot with families. We do have resources in both English and Spanish. Our hotline, we did add some staff that it does include some Spanish speaking staff. On our YouTube site, we have some videos for families to access. And to be honest, right at the moment, I haven't delved deeply with the Family Resource Center, which I will personally do after this. I and my team will. And I think that we can use, now that school is in, parents will have access more to their own school websites, which is way more familiar to them usually, to reach out.
Okay, I do want to just, I know it's a drum I've been beating for years, but my neighbor who earned her doctorate in this, that we understand that those who speak less English and that to reach the Hispanic community, the written word is important. I'll be working with the local community centers like in Casablanca and the leadership on the east side, et cetera, to be able to reach this in the written word, Chief Academics Officer. I got to shorten that to CAO if you don't mind, Ms. Hill. So go ahead, please.
We did, Mr. Hunt, with the Chromebook distribution and the hotspot distribution, but not as much with the help desk feature. So that's an opportunity we can look into.
And as I said last time, we have some fine groups on both the east side and in Casablanca that are standing ready to help you. I mean, the East Side Think Tank, of course, the CAG. Going back, if I may, to SB 98, when you were just, and you're right, thank you to the Assessment Center folks and the Family Resource. They're doing a sterling job and so important as they all are. Talk to me just a little bit, there's two things I have left, and about attendance. SB 98 requires, of course, attendance. So it's being taken by the teacher, and then it's transferred to our attendance staff who do the meticulous work to bring all this together. Is that?
Yes, sir. And right at the moment, the coding is too complicated. It's taking teachers, we already have gotten some feedback. It's taking teachers quite a bit of time. And we are looking at what options we can use to simplify that. And Dr. Lewis and Dr. Sosa have been reaching out to other districts because we all have the same law to adhere to. So reaching out to see how other districts are solving the problem. But that taking attendance is a problem right now.
Very, very good. And just the one question that just help clarify this. One question when the parents answered or asked, her child was able to get through their lessons by 1:15. Is that necessary there at the next session, or how are the attendance times being quantified?
Thank you. There's not a certain numerical way to quantify it, Mr. Hunt. So it has to be a combination of participation in the live session and or completion of the independent assignments and or communication with the teacher. Because as you know, because you talk to so many parents and even staff members that how families are having to reconfigure what they're doing these days. Yes. Takes a lot of different forms. So we're judging through SB 98, it's through seeing you on camera or the quality of your lesson or assessments or us having communication during our office hour time.
All right. And one last one, if I may, Mrs. Ellaby. Just I would be interested, Chief Academic Officer, and thank you to all the counselors. Some of the most dedicated people I've ever met in my entire life are folks that want to go into that field, and it's wonderful. I would be interested, of course, confidential and all down the line, to understand what they're hearing, particularly for our younger students. This is such for all of us, it's just an unprecedented time, as Dr. Hansen said earlier. So, but to prepare us down the line, and I don't even mean post-traumatic syndrome, I'm going to probably say ongoing traumatic syndrome, how we can help soothe and answer and address, and what programs we may need to do that. Are you going to begin to follow it that way, Ms. Hill? Have you thought about it that way, or? And not that it's the greatest idea, but I just
We
want to.
do have some resources, Mr. Hunt, for trauma-informed practices. That's sort of, I would kind of describe that as more in front of the problem, kind of. And then our counselors handle the trauma issues that are after the problem, so to speak. I think it's something that we definitely need to be aware of. I think, you know, teachers, it's, I think one of the principals mentioned that their teacher said establishing that communication with students is problematic, because I can tell you just with the meetings that I've been trying to have, it's hard to get the same relational feeling with a person when you're on camera, but I know our teachers are working hard at it. And my team would be willing to seek out resources for them and the children should they need it.
It's just one board member speaking, Ms. Hill, but I do want to just have you think about that this is very traumatic. It's almost like being at a battleground. And how can we continue to keep and give opportunities? I don't know if it's group talk. I don't know if it's forums, just so that, you know, that we are doing something more than Facebook, you know, when they're on their phone, that we're doing something collectively. We're listening and we're thinking about planning as we go along. So I thank you, Mrs. Allaby. Thank you, Chief Academic Officer. Appreciate your time on that, your answers.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. I appreciate that. And now, Dr. Farouk, you had some questions?
Yes, thank you, President Allaby. And my laptop is functioning, so I'm very glad that I'm able to participate in a better manner now. So I have a few comments. One is, I really think that there needs to be more of a recognition of just how challenging these circumstances are in terms of of areas where we can be improving and better prepared and so forth. That putting something out where it's much more clear to families and employees on how they can provide input. Because I think in the absence of that, you know, people are feeling the need to have to send, whether it's anonymous messages or emails just to the board or a lot of different things, channels. I think just acknowledging that we know that whether it's even in a pandemic or any environment, any institution is always open to constructive feedback and how they can better serve their constituents. So I don't have the specific answer to that, but I really hope that we can make that very clear that we're welcoming that input and that how we would be responsive to that. So that's one comment. The other point I want to make is that this opportunity, you know, a lot of families have expressed concerns about digital literacy. And I know that our staff have provided dedicated phone lines and other ways to provide technical assistance. But I think one of the powerful things of hoping that we can continue to provide more robust support and outreach, that whether we're hearing from families or not, doesn't assume that they're not having those challenges. They might, for whatever reason, not be aware how to access that support, but that this is an opportunity for us to help empower these families, because we know that them, getting digital literacy or being able to assist their children with distance learning, that has value, obviously, and especially right now. But in life in general, beyond this, these skill sets will serve them very well. And so we can use this as an opportunity to help many of these families in our community in that broader way. So I hope that we're looking at it from that angle as well. One question I have is, it's my understanding that the governor recently put out a notice that special needs students would be allowed to convene in small groups, even while the county that the school district is residing in is still on the watch list. Can anybody elaborate on that, on what the conditions of that is and how our school district is approaching that issue?
Dr. Farouk, commentary from the state has come out this week in regard to answering that particular question. There was a release that special groups of very in need students would be potentially coming back to school, even in the situation where schools are closed. We're looking for clarity from that from the state. We expect it by the end of the week.
Okay, great. And are we, one, I mean, is there any assistance needed to get that clarity? And second, are we already in a position to start accommodating that immediately, as soon as we get more clarity on these details?
Well, thank you, Dr. Farouk. Not certain right now. If any assistance is needed, we'll be sure to reach out if necessary. And I think we'll have to wait until we see how the return to school would be structured, because it could have impacts for the bargaining unit agreement. It could have impacts for the health and safety precautions that we take. So just as many of our community members have asked for us to, go at a more considered pace and really consider, think about all of the impacts. I think that's how we should treat this situation.
Absolutely. We definitely need to be thoughtful and incorporate that. I just want to make sure that we're prepared and aware, of these orders coming down from the state.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for that. My next comment, again, going to some of our vulnerable populations, is our English as a second language students. I know that a lot of the attention, whether it's from the public comments or others, has been focused around parents having challenges for whatever reason. And I know Trustee Hunt just spoke to that as well. I've also been hearing frustration from teachers and staff about their challenges to be able to support Spanish-speaking students because of the new configuration of distance learning and everything, that for whatever reason, not everybody seems to have the support needed on that. One comment I want to make about that is, for us to maybe think about how we can expand our strategies on how we do this. It's my understanding that, especially I think it was like the first slide that Ms. Hill shared regarding the tutoring from I think it's UC Riverside and others, that some of those tutors are actually very well equipped to being able to provide support for our Spanish speaking students. Oh, yes, thank you. That's exactly the slide. And this could be a very important supplemental resource. Just as an example, at King, if apparently if like up to just 3 Chromebooks could have been provided or could be provided to these tutors, they would be able to better assist families and students in need regarding the tutoring and, again, the gaps for our English learning students. But they were told that because I don't know if it's because they're not employees or because the Chromebooks are only for students, that they weren't able to utilize them. Is that a firm policy, or is that a misunderstanding? And I'm not singling out King because I'm assuming this applies, obviously throughout the district, but I just want to get some reaction to that also.
Thank you. Not certain, Dr. Farouk, and I'd rather not freestyle the answer to that one, but I'll take a look into it and see what I can find out.
Okay. Yes, thank you. And then regarding the Family Resource Center, I know Ms. Hill, you mentioned that you're going to be doing outreach about that. I just really want to emphasize again that are we proactively seeking an understanding of where parents are at, whether we're hearing from them or not? What kinds of outreach efforts are we doing? Again, especially our unduplicated LCAP vulnerable populations, low-income students, English learner students, foster youth, and so forth. Can anybody speak to that, please?
Right at the moment, Dr. Farouk, our outreach is for no-shows, for students that don't have classes and students that are not, who we know should be here and aren't participating in the lessons regularly as they should. So I think that's our first tier of response. And then as we get through that tiered approach that I talked about in the slides, we'll have more and more outreach.
What's our time frame, and would having more bandwidth for the outreach, and especially whether it's empowering the Family Resource Centers, be able to accelerate those efforts Because even though I obviously recognize the spirit of what, like Trustee Lee's comment about the 7 days, but we know that obviously, especially if you're disadvantaged, that any week that you're behind the curve or prepared puts you at an even further disadvantage. And so I know this is a very sensitive time, and I know that everybody's overwhelmed, but is there any considerations about shifting resources and putting more emphasis on that outreach efforts? I obviously applaud your efforts to triage it and put priorities where there's not any engagement. I think that's very prudent. But any thoughts on that?
I think it's a worthwhile pursuit and something to look into. And your perspective is a little bit different than mine, because like you said, I'm looking more at it as a triage. So I'll take a look at it with my team.
Thank you. My last comment, and I had suggested this earlier during the summer, that I think it might be interesting to do some kind of a group, like a collective district-wide art project or something where students can kind of express themselves about whatever, this pandemic that we're operating in. It could be therapeutic, and it could allow some level setting of anxieties and perspectives, some way for them to express themselves. I hope that, I don't know if Anne Marie is watching, but I hope that our staff can consider that as again, another effort to help create more solidarity among our students and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farouk. That's a great idea. And if she's not listening, I'm sure she'll be told very quickly. Mr. Lee, you had some questions.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Alvey, and great questions, Dr. Farouk. I had several of those on my list, and I just want to clarify my opening remarks about just being 7 days, and I don't think anybody read too deep into those thoughts, but I wasn't wanting to minimize those that are having any kind of issues. And I hope people understand that. And we want to make sure we have that motto, every student, every day, so that holds true even in the beginning of the school year. So I hope everybody realizes that. I do have a couple questions. One has to do with our students that are classified as English learners, or maybe their parents are not English speaking. There are several comments made in the public comment portion. And I know we've talked about this population of students at every meeting, realizing that these are the students that are probably most vulnerable during these times of distance learning. And just want to make sure that we are informing parents as they raise their concerns of getting them maybe some support from peers in DLAC, and they know when those meetings are happening, and they have the contact information for the leaders of that group. And just make sure that if we're hearing certain issues from specific sites that don't have maybe resources for a translator or support staff that speaks Spanish and English, that we make sure that those sites are supported. And if we need to bring on additional staff, that we find some budget money for at least one-time dollars to support during this transition period. Has there been any discussions on that in terms of support for English learners or their families?
Mr. Lee, to my knowledge, we haven't had discussions for providing additional translators or bilingual liaisons. I know we have some hiring to do in that area. I like your suggestion of making sure that parents know to reach out to DLAC, but each site that has a certain percentage of English learners also has their on-site ELAC. So those ELAC should be assembling here sometime soon. And I can ask Dr. Lewis to have his team that works with the ELAC groups maybe provide some support to the ELAC team so that it can help structure that conversation.
Good, I think that'd be helpful, because I know it's at least some of the comments just seemed to be the parents didn't have the right information or weren't able to find a source of information to help them with their issues. And I think if they were plugged into DLAC or ELAC, then some of those issues would get resolved rather quickly. I'm sure that there's other things that we'll need to fill the gaps on, but at least for some of those parents, we can address their needs immediately. My next item had to do with technology or professional development for technology, both for our parents and for our teachers. So while we are just 7 days into the school year, I'm sure we're hearing from those teachers that are struggling with running Google Classroom or working with the technology to facilitate their students that they're serving. So I don't know if there is a simple way to try to figure out who and identify who those teachers are so that they can be provided additional training. I don't know when they would fit it in their schedule, but at some point, if whether it's voluntary or paid, or that they can get that additional support so that they don't feel that additional anxiety amongst everything else, just because the technology that they're using, they're struggling with. And then on that same note, not just the use of technology and facilitating the learning with technology, but actually the technology itself. And I know I brought this up at a previous meeting, but I hope that our teachers aren't using the same Chromebook that my kindergartner or my first grader is to facilitate the learning, right? They need a big monitor, they need good lighting, they need good microphones, so that if there are teachers out there that don't have that, or it's not provided, that there's some source of funds or some kind of program that we can make sure that those teachers that need it have that technology. Is that any comments on that, Ms. Hill?
You're okay, Mrs. Ellie. Yes, Mr. Lee, I'll take them in order. So I'm getting hot incoming messages that as relates to parents already, our innovation team and Family Resource Center is planning family webinars for technology support. For our teachers and their support, I do know that RCTA, I don't know if it's going to be specifically technology related, but RCTA is going to hold some like by grade, by department help sessions for teachers. So that's a little bit of branch out additional help to what we have. And then I had a conversation with our professional growth systems team, and they are going to try to make a schedule amongst themselves where there's just a drop-in hour each day. So that if teachers need assistance, they can drop in. If the person has the skills to give assistance, they will. And if they don't, they'll make sure that that teacher gets connected to some assistance for whatever it may be. And then lastly, with the tech itself, no, teachers, they shouldn't be using a Chromebook like your kids are using. We do have a standard for teacher devices. We have not had a standard for microphones, for example. So we're handling that on a site-by-site basis for now. And then teachers, as you know, they're choosing their work location, but they're free to use the materials from their classroom. So let's say, for example, if they take their laptop and they have a desktop monitor, they could use that monitor as their second screen. Just check it out. They just need to check it out.
All right, and then so could you expand upon a little bit about those family webinars? I know this is something that I brought up to Dr. Hansen about, just from my personal experience working with my 3 kids at home, just navigating when my daughter clicks on something or my son can't log into something's not working how they think it should, and then even me struggling a little bit trying to figure out what layout is supposed to be, what buttons I need to push. So I know we have some webinars out there that are asynchronous, but is this going to be more of a synchronous? And then, well, I guess that's my first question. Will this be like a synchronous live interaction for parents?
I'm assuming, Mr. Lee, because they refer to it as family webinars, I'm assuming it's not synchronous. Okay. I got your message about having, some live sessions with families, and honestly, I haven't gotten to my team to get those all planned out. They know it's a request of mine and of yours, but I haven't gotten back to them about how we can approach it.
And definitely not a demand. I'm not an educator. I'm just a parent. So just trying to think about what works effectively for me and the people that I know. And even if those sessions, I know there was a concern about, maybe those sessions turn into like a town hall where parents share some of their personal stories and frustrations. And while there's a time and a place for those, I don't envision that being the time or the place. So even if it's not an interactive session where, there's a chat screen or something like that where parents can log in for whatever the topic is to help facilitate distance learning. And then if they have comments or questions, they can put them in the chat. And then at least that gives us a kind of a check-in with, okay, this is what parents need to know. This is what families need to know to help with learning. So just something to consider, not a demand, just something to consider for those workshops. And then two more things on my end. One is in regards to our dual language immersion students. There's a parent group on social media that are supporting one another, which is really great. I'm sure there's lots of those groups going on Facebook, but this particular one involves dual language for RUSD. And one of the ideas that was brought up was, is there a possibility to help, especially our younger DLI students, in particular kindergartners, who this is their first experience in school, period, get assistance from maybe some of the high schoolers that we have now that have been in the dual language program for a long time.
That's definitely something we could look at, Mr. Lee.
Okay, and then my last thing is, and I'm glad I'm virtual because then you guys can't throw anything at me, is back to school night. Has there been any discussion about having a virtual back to school night so that at least parents or guardians can have some FaceTime with their teachers, just like we're having FaceTime with one another?
Yes, Mr. Lee, there's been extensive discussion about back to school night. And where we left it was that it would be a site-based decision. And we'll have a aggregated list of the sites and what they choose to do. The combinations that I saw, some were doing live, a few were doing recorded. Some wanted to have a session where the principal does like an introduction and then there's a break off with the teachers. And with the virtual teachers, because like Mr. Dietz explained, it could be in different locations. We're going to offer the virtual teachers a couple of different scenarios and have them have some conversations about what might be the best way for them to handle back to school night for virtual. Also, virtual teachers are welcome to join their home school, but that would make it that it would just be strictly voluntary because that would make an additional schedule for them. But some of them, that's how they're keeping their connection. So they're welcome to join their home school in addition to doing the virtual one.
Yeah, I think that would be, I'm reminded of when I was first on the board and Tim Martin was our CTA president, and he gave a very memorable board address that the plate is full. And so I can respect that the plate may be full, but I do think having an opportunity for parents to have some kind of a connection to their student's teacher, or their, if they don't have parents, their grandparents, or whoever is doing the learning, without the student involved, so that those questions could be answered. I realize that could go in a lot of different directions given the environment that we're in, but in my brain, I see it working perfectly, but I know nothing works perfectly. So anyways, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Now we'll have wait a minute. Oh, thank you. Ms. Locke-Dawson, you have some questions?
I do. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Wonderful report. Thank you, Ms. Hill. Welcome back to the district. A little bit of a submersion, right? Immersion. So I'll start with a comment, a call to action, then I have a few questions. First is regarding the parent who made the comment about not feeling welcome as a Spanish speaker and that being an issue. I have to say I'm very frustrated that she feels that way. I feel this has been a priority since I've been on the district, and I know Mariela Fernandez often comes on and talks about this too. DLAC, and I feel like maybe we're not doing something right, or we can do something better with this. So I'm just putting that out there as a call to action. But that is still the inference by some parents. It's frustrating to me because it's been a high priority. I know it has been for Mrs. Alavi and Mr. Hunt even before I got on the board. So I feel bad about that. Okay, that was the comment, the call to action. Okay. Regarding tech training for our teachers, I've heard a couple comments and I want to ask about that. One, I've heard that the training that our teachers went through the week before school started was not always necessarily germane to the topics they were teaching or being asked to teach, so, or in their area. Can you say something about that, that they were incentivized to take the training, but it wasn't always necessarily anything that would benefit them?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm hoping that it was some benefit, but the first 3 modules were generic to digital learning. The
Okay.
modules 4 and 5 that are coming up are more course specific and academic discipline specific. The first ones were, and a lot of the first ones were also compliance related, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. So we have to take mandated training. We have to mandated reporter training, rather. We have to do active shooter training. There's a lot of have-tos that were in that very first part. And it's the modules 4 and 5 that are the choice generated ones that are more germane to academic disciplines.
Okay, and that fits with what the comments I was hearing. So thank you. Also, I think back to Mr. Lee's comment regarding the tech support for our teachers. I know as the parent of a high school teacher, of a high school student, some of our teachers are not, shall we say, they need some assistance in learning how to do things like be a moderator where they can shut off comments or they can shut down chat. And I think that's being abused in some cases. And I know we're moving out of that. So I hope we address that. I know that's happened. In fact, my daughter had to contact her teacher and tell her what to do. So it was good though. It was all good. So next question. Did I hear this at another time that we're doing mental health check-ins with our students in each of our classes? Are teachers doing that, or can we have it as part of their learning day?
It's not mandated for teachers to do, Mrs. Lock-Dawson, but we had and even included in the first 3 modules, we did encourage teachers to have a slow entry into school because it had been such a long time and so many life-changing events really that had happened since students were last with the Riverside Unified Adult that they had a connection with. And now this might be a new adult to them. So we did ask teachers to enter that gradually and do some check-ins. We do have the trauma-informed practices resources and the SEL playbook, and we're encouraging teachers to use that. And we have and will offer individual sessions and group sessions for students that need them. And we do have the RUSD Wellness website that teachers have been encouraged to use that for, and I have myself have used it for either just stretches or a moment of calming or music and that sort of thing.
Okay, I would just maybe we can even put it out there just as a weekly check-in, and each one of our teachers just have it on their lesson plans to just encourage students to reach out to them. It's just such a scary time, I think. Okay, I had also a comment from a teacher that there seem to be pretty disparate differences in the course selections for online versus virtual versus in-person options. And in fact, Dr. Lewis had to help me with somebody this week that was experiencing that they had less choices. Can you speak to that a little bit, or what we're doing to remedy that, or is there?
I'm going to start and then I'm going to ask Dr. Lewis to weigh in. We did make efforts to do the best we could to have both situations be parallel. But as you know, we're spreading teachers and students over 3 columns where there used to be 1 column. So I'll ask Dr. Lewis to pick up from there.
So thank you, Ms. Hill. Mrs. Lock-Dawson, I think the best way, as Ms. Hill just described it, is we have a lot of unique classes that are taught by one teacher, what we would call a singleton. And when that teacher is in either program, that doesn't give us the flexibility to mix programs. So that's where some of those occurred. as well as we had some scheduling challenges with students that were connected to multiple programs. And we had a teacher in the program maybe in virtual versus in person. So there were those situations. What we've done is remedies. We've continued to add opportunities in 0 period and 7th period for secondary students. And we're continuing to add additional sections as we see needs that we do have where we can expand. We're doing that. I'll give you one example with choir. We've gone back and several schools have added choir 7th period. And that is allowing students to stay connected to their home school and their choir program. So that's just one example. And that has been, we're trying to multiply that in several places wherever we can and teachers are willing.
And I know that's a difficult thing to organize, but I know you've helped a couple students who I know who have wanted to do the virtual option, but still wanted to do something back at their home sites for something like ASB or choir. And I want parents to know that that's available. I think maybe some parents did not know that, but they can still do that, right?
You're 100% correct. And that's one of those things that all of our counselors are working really hard on right now to find and connect those students back to those right programs. And we appreciate all of their work. And yes, that is possible.
And I just want our counselors to know. Thank you. Okay, last two things. I had a question about, are schools going to be open, are physical sites being open for Saturday testing stuff for like, I think for like SAT and some other things? Supposedly they've been rescheduled and they're honoring them. Are we opening our sites up for that?
We have not opened the sites to date, Mrs. Lock-Dawson. I just put that topic for a cabinet discussion next week for us to talk about it. But I am sure that Mr. Walker will tell me that if school's not open, school's not open.
Okay, so we're kind of in hold on that to figure that out.
It has to be discussed. Sorry.
Well, I know that SAT's been
for us to make decisions about.
SAT's been rescheduled like 3 or 4 times. It's been canceled and rescheduled. So.
And ACT, it's a difficult problem among difficult problems.
And lastly, I hope there is some academic out there in a graduate school of education that is looking at our programs and have launched a comparative study and analysis that we can look at in December. If there's in kind of program, like
she's breaking up.
Hopefully somebody's
Mrs. Lock-Dawson, go ahead. Yeah. You are kind of breaking up right now and you're frozen on the screen. If you want to try to get back, I'll get back to you and you can finish your thought, okay?
All right.
I can't quite.
Hear me now?
I think she's.
Hear me now?
No, she's there now. Let's see if she.
Are you still there? No, I think she's off.
No.
Sorry, I'm back on. I'm on.
Okay.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you hear my last comment about academics doing a comparative study?
Yeah.
No? Okay. I'm hoping there is an academic in a graduate school of education someplace that is looking at doing a comparative study and analysis of the various modalities we have for our students, the various options to determine what our learning outcomes are at the end of this giant experiment. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Ms. Lock-Dawson.
I'm done.
I will go ahead and turn that off. Thank you. Following up on what Ms. Lock-Dawson, Mr. Lee, Dr. Farouk, everybody has mentioned, the parent connections to our parents who don't speak English and so forth. And also referring to your going forth to the Family Resource Center. This is exactly what we thought the Family Resource Center was going to do. It was going to do the outreach to families and be that conduit, especially for things they didn't understand in terms of the technology. If they can offer tutorials, if they can facilitate that, that's where it should go to. I mean, that's why we fund the Family Resource Center. So I really hope that we can get them geared up. I don't know if there's been some problem, or maybe they haven't been open quite the number of hours maybe that they need to be, but they're the perfect person to have that. All right, I would now like to call on Mr. Hunt.
There we go. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. Just a couple of quick, if I may. All of us as board members enjoy when school starts and accompanying Dr. Hansen or other leaders on campus visits. And I know I've learned much more when you see it live. So I would hope, and I've talked briefly about to Dr. Hansen, that I would very much like to attend a virtual class on both ends. I would like to, so I ask the Chief Academic Officer and Dr. Hansen to help arrange that for any of us that like to do that. Also, I reach out to our CTA President, Laura Bowling, if they'd like to have us go somewhere and we can see some of this. I don't know how except through the PTA, and I don't want to invite myself in someone's home, but I would like to see the other end of it. And, you know, as we were talking earlier, Renee and I were talking about, Ms. Hill and I were talking about, I think they're planning to get earphones because we find in some of our more impoverished homes, there's 3 or 4 children, different grades at one kitchen table. And, you know, that's got to be difficult. So, you know, there was some criticism of the board, and I understand that. But people don't care what you have to say till they know you care. And I need to understand this better. And I'm sure we all feel the same way. So I'm open to that. And the fact that it's virtual, it shouldn't be that much taxing on us in our workday and all of that. So I would really appreciate that. And I do want to say I appreciate what all of you have done. And I mean, we haven't talked too much about you, even the somewhat maligned Dr. Lewis here. And my friend, Dr. Lewis, the pioneers get the arrows, but you have all worked very diligently. And this is Mrs. Alavi just said, this is an historic time, never been done before. Every management manual I've ever read, except for one, they didn't get it right the first time. And the only one that the fellow got it right the first time was in Genesis 1:1, and we're not there. So we're doing very well. And I know there is obviously, and I'm so thankful for people calling in and participating and helping us learn. So, but I really am looking forward to, if there's a way, Mrs. Hill, that I can participate in some classes and a variety of them. I really want to understand this 124 student art class. I don't quite get that. So just, if you will, and I'm sure my colleagues would feel similar, to be able to take the time. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Answer him. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hunt. And now I'd just like to ask Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, with the latest COVID information for our county, how close are we to meeting those parameters that would allow us to return to school for one day?
Good evening, President Alavi, members of the board, Dr. Hansen. I hope tonight's meeting finds you in good health and spirits. In regard to your question, Mrs. Alavi, you might have heard from the media that there were some concerns related to the continued monitoring of the data and how there was a data lag associated with the COVID numbers. As of the 17th, the State Department of Public Health has clarified some issues, and they have rectified the problems associated with their data monitoring. And the list is now that the recent backlog of data has been cleared, and they are providing consistent information for your use and for the public. If you go to COVID-19 county data table, you will be able to find the latest data. If you go to the one with the map, you'll find the current data by date, but it will not have the lag time that is associated with the metrics that are used by the state to put counties on the monitoring list. So the data that you are looking for is in 3 different areas. It is in the elevated disease transmission, it is in the increasing hospitalization, and it is in the limited hospital capacity. So I'll give you some examples. The threshold that is being looked for in regard to the average tests per day has to be over 150. Currently, the Riverside County is at 165.5 per day. That's for a 14-day average or 7-day average per 100,000 in the population. The case rate that you're looking at for 14-day average is for the threshold is less than 100 or less than 25 with a positivity rate of your testing below 8%. Right now, the Riverside County is at 196.2 for their case rate, so not at the 100. And also, we are for the level of percentages, we are at 11.1% positivity rate. So about 3.1% rate off of that at this point in time. We are changing the 3-day average for COVID hospitalization patients. We meet that criteria. There's a check mark. The ICU beds, we meet that. The ventilator, we meet that as well. So out of all of the metrics that we're looking at, we meet 3 of the metrics. We do not meet the metrics in 2 of the areas, and we do have the threshold of above 150 tested per day. So we continue to monitor this. You can see this, that's updated as of today. All 58 counties are on there. They added some counties recently who previously were not on the list, and they took one off. So if you want information, again, go to COVID-19 county data table, and you can get that information on a daily basis. We're monitoring it every day, and those are the metrics that we're looking for. As soon as we're off, we look for being off for 14 days. Then we notify the public. Then we go back to school, 2 cohorts of 1 day each as approved by the Board of Education at the presentation at the board meeting. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Obviously, we're making some progress, but we're not making enough progress to open the school quite yet. And so that's going to have to wait till we see some better numbers. Mr. Hunt, you had a further comment?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi. And that, Mr. Walker and also Dr. Lewis, and you crafted all this. And I'm sure parents, I know parents are asking this question is, let's just say we are on the march to hit the better marks, and prayerfully that's going to happen. What will be the process to pivot, Dr. Lewis, to going back to the campus? Will we do it at semester breaks, or how quickly can we get back to pivoting or getting back on the campus, and some parents can then begin adjusting their schedules and so on and so forth? Just if you just forecast out there better things happening, if you would. Thank you, Mrs. Alavi.
Mr. Hunt, let me answer that question. As we've already talked about it at the board meeting, we are ready to pivot as soon as we are off the monitoring list for 14 days. We will give notice to parents so that they can set up for transportation, other needs of the family. We'll give them 14 days notice that we will be 1 day a week, just 1 day a week of the, if you're on the in-person model, you'll still be receiving 4 days distant learning, and then you will be coming to school 1 day a week. As soon as we have a stabilization at phase 2 for 14 days, we will give a 14-day notice to the public, and we will be going to phase 3 2 days a week. There are some special groups in there that will be coming a little bit more often as approved by the board, but that will be the standard that we will be utilizing going forward. 14 days of stability, and then 14 days of announcement, and then moving to the next phase.
And under each one of those phases, Mr. Walker, since you're over that department, we will be providing bus transportation to?
For our bus transportation for students who would normally receive bus transportation will be facilitated in a manner that we would have in place for when we're in-person school.
And Mr. Walker, I understand. I mean, it was a whirlwind trying to understand, but I understand we have quite a few parents, and in a 40,000 student district, we understand this, but quite a few that would like, that they chose virtual and they meant to choose on campus or whatever. They have an opportunity at some time to make that switch that is is conducive to what you and everyone else is doing? Is there an opportunity for that?
Yes, there is, and I'll defer to Ms. Hill and Ryan Lewis for clarity in that area.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Hunt, there's an opportunity for families to request a transition between instructional program choices. And the communication went out to families Thursday or Friday, I can't remember which one, on a mail out that gives them the link to make that request. And at the moment, we have a couple thousand requests as it is. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you.
We have completed this report on the start of school and COVID-19, and I would like to take a 10-minute break. We will break now until 7 o'clock exactly, and we will come back and do our study session. So everybody take a 10-minute break, please return, and we will start that. Thank you.
Renee, is my sound still okay? There's no interruptions?
I can hear you, Maze.
I can hear you too, Maze.
Dance, thank you. I think I'm up right after this. Our video.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm very apologetic about that, but we had a little technical glitch and I've had to switch computers, but we are now operating. And we are ready for our study session on the district project design criteria, guidelines that we're going to need. And I understand we have some public comment about that. So Ms. Reno Frosto, if you would please read us those comments.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, we have 2 comments for this item this evening. The first one is Dale Kinnear. Has any discussion occurred with Riverside City officials regarding the building of a bus station near the proposed site of the East Side Neighborhood School? I can't imagine anyone wanting a bus station to be built in the neighborhood surrounding their school.
And our second comment from Cindy Mendoza. Good evening, President Alavi, board members, Superintendent Hansen, and staff. My name is Cindy Mendoza Collins, chairwoman of the Casablanca Community Action Group. And on behalf of CAG, we want to take this time to extend our appreciation to each of you for your continued support for our neighborhood school and the partnership that we have in being a part of this project from the beginning to the end. As you know, the community has waited over 50 years for this school to be brought back to the community. We have formed an education advisory committee, which services as a liaison between RUSD and the community in various ways, such as what services we can provide for our students and families currently, but more so to plan on what we would like to see in this neighborhood school in the future and what programs to offer, not only to the students of the community, but others from outside who will see the unique programs we have and draw them to this school. We look forward to our continued partnership and thank each of our wonderful and dedicated board members and staff for all you do, not only for our neighborhood school, but for all students in RUSD. And that concludes our comments for this item.
Thank you very much. All right, now we are going to be talking about some criteria, and I will call upon Mr. Sergio San Martin for a presentation.
Yes, Mrs. Alavi, I'd like to introduce the item for you, and then I'll turn it to our Assistant Superintendent of Facilities and Operation, Mr. San Martin. So this is exciting. We continue to plan for facilities and we continue to design our future schools because we do believe that this era is temporary and will pass, and we will get back to a place where we are operating probably better than before because it'll be an after COVID era, and we are taking the opportunity to improve a lot of our practices as we go through this. I wanted to just give you a little bit of background about this particular item and how it evolved. As we engaged in Measure O projects, and of course Measure O was complemented by multiple other funding for the facilities from the state, from our developer fees and all other sources, we realized that we had good processes for design when it comes to standards for our district. We had good processes when it comes to planning the instructional program, but we also felt like there was gaps in an area where the board needed to emphasize a certain priority and also to incorporate community priority into our designs. And so back almost 8 to 10 months ago, the board has expressed that interest as they were looking at designs of the phase 1 of Measure O, and they tasked the operations subcommittee to take that project on and bring a recommendation to the board. And so we've had discussions about it when we were live in operations subcommittees, but then when we went through the COVID times and everything went virtual, we continued to take in consideration the feedback from the board members that sit on the operations subcommittee. Again, they had a very key play into how this criteria came about. We engaged with a consultant, Tom Kavanagh, who's with us today. And we also reached out to all of our teams of architects. As you know, we have a short list of architects. And through that process, we've also recommended our 3 architects to take on the next phase of projects. And this is so exciting because the next phase that we were embarking on as far as construction projects are neighborhood schools that have not been done in our district for a long time. So it's very timely that we create this criteria. And what we would like to do is present it through our consultant. But before we do that, I'd like to just let you know that we have in our audience the 3 architects. We have representative from those teams. We have Kristen and Marco from BBK. And if you can just wave, Marco and Kristen. And then we have from Runel Clark, Jennifer and Roger. If we can just wave also so the audience can see. And we have from our Geo Architects team, Liliana and Dennis. So with that, I'd like to start the presentation, but before I do so, I'd like to refer to our chairperson from the Operations Subcommittee and our co-chair, Mrs. Alavi, and Mr. Hunt. So if you can add any further background to the audience and any to benefit the audience and our other board members, please.
Mrs. Alavi, please go first, or whatever you want.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Hunt. So to the other board members in the community, the purpose of redoing this, as Mrs. Kakish suggested, I felt was to give our architects and engineers more guidelines, more priorities, and to probably give them some direction where it's been overlooked in the past. Some of the school additions and things that we've been working on to date have been quite institutional, and some of them probably because they're aligned to previous constructions. And at least I felt, and I think Mr. Hunt would agree, that when we sat down with Mr. Kavanagh, our idea was to conceptually open designs up a little bit, especially for our 3 new schools, our community schools that are coming up. We wanted to kind of give more guidelines to our architects that might result in a better product, actually. Things like more shade or more friendly greeting spaces for parents, and how to fit into the community better. Now, I have a lot of suggestions, and I have some pros and cons, and I'm going to wait until after the presentation to talk more specifically about some of those things that I think we might improve upon. Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mrs. Alavi, and thank you for the introduction. And I've enjoyed very much serving with you on this committee at the board's instruction, as you said. This will be a living document when this board is no longer around, and the next ones are coming in that will follow design, because as Mrs. Alavi said so well, North High School, John W. North High School, and Riverside Polytechnic High School, both opened in '65. They're very institutional looking. I mean, it's almost the same red bricks as Juvenile Hall is. And we came, and the board instructed us that our schools, particularly our elementary schools, should do everything they can to complement the neighborhoods that they're in, whether that is a certain architectural style, which we'll find out at Spring Mountain Ranch, where they use a lot of the ledger stone if you're out there, and/or give credit to the board in 2004 through 8, which Mrs. Alavi was on at the time, how they designed the frontage on Victoria, the new Hawthorne, that paid tribute to the great citrus industry and the packing houses. And as Miss Mendoza Collins just talked about, that the interest that the Casablanca community has with so many historical, the church there, if you're coming up from Indiana. On the right, that's the old school. So they have a lot of interest there. Some of the genesis for Mrs. Alavey and I go back to one of my first couple of months on the board when we were presented the design for the Frank Augustus Miller Middle School. And it looked like it should have been named after George Jetson, actually. And it didn't have any reflection of that. And so we begin to want to make these changes, and we want the community involved. It is their schools. It is their taxes that pay for them. And as Ms. Mendoza said, they also would like to be part of the design to a point of the academics. And I think that's excellent too. Also, one of our purposes in this design, fellow board members and members of the audience, was, and I should have said compliments to a wonderful staff led by Ms. Kakish and Mr. San Martin and his sterling staff on the work they did here. And you're going to meet our consultants. But very important to us was to assure that campuses have equity, that whether it's in the classroom, the type of environment that's there, whether it's the outdoors area. We even talked to Casablanca recently about, as we did at Frank Augustus, we were able to put in a jogging track. And, certainly we're concerned about obesity with children and all of these things. And so to make them equitable in every facet is important to us. And I know it's important to this committee. And a wonderful campus can make a great difference. It should be part of community pride and community confidence. If I may just quickly, because it's going to, Mrs. Alavey, because we're talking about one of the schools we'll be moving towards soon and will be the East Side School. All three of these have been signed architects now, architectural teams to work with. To the question by the gentleman about the bus depot, which the city, that came under, remember, Councilmember Lindres was very excited about obtaining that. I think it's 38 million. The interesting thing is that actually the city should have contacted us. Now we have reached out to the city, the executive, of course, COVID, the executive that was over this project is transferred or gotten another job in Corona. But they will, in doing that bus yard, or that bus depot, excuse me, on that side, and as well as the, RCTC is proposing right down Howard there, a new train platform and parking lot. Both of those items will have to go through CEQA. And when it comes to a school, and Mr. San Martin can correct me if I'm wrong, but instead of the usual 600-foot radius, it's 1,000-foot radius. So they will have to answer how our school will be effective. But I agree with the opposite side with the speaker that called in, Mr. Kinnear, that it actually should have been the city and the council member that should have notified us that this was coming. But we're looking forward to working with them. But I'm anxious to hear the presentation, Mrs. Alavey, and our colleagues and the community's input at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to turn to Mr. San Martin to give us actually the agenda and introduce our consultants and go into the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kakish. Good evening, President Alavey, Board of Trustees, Dr. Hansen. Thank you for this opportunity. At this point, I'm going to be introducing Mr. Tom Kavanagh. Mr. Kavanagh, he's with Educational Facility Services. He comes with a vast of experience in school planning, architecture and designing, and his area of expertise is state and federal funding. So we've known Tom for many, many years. Again, he's known throughout the state with, again, his vast experience. He's helping us, as he's helped us in the past, with defining the neighborhood schools and where the need would be. At this point, we've reached out to him and asked him to help us put together this guide. It's in draft form and it's part of the agenda. The public can download it and take a look at this. And this is what he's going to walk us through, the highlights of this guideline. Part of the process, as Ms. Kakish mentioned, the Operations Board Subcommittee members, we reached out to Mr. Hunt and as a chair and Ms. Alavey for their input, but also he's also reached out to staff members and also his network of architects and designers to put a comprehensive guide for us to use as another layer of our district standards and educational specifications for our projects as we move forward with our capital facilities program under Measure O, which we all know that is actively going. We're under construction on 9 of our schools, and we're continuing to add more schools as we progress with construction. So with that, I'm going to introduce Mr. Tom Kavanagh. Tom, if you can jump on and take it from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. San Martin. President Alvey, members of the board, Superintendent Hanson, and the extended cabinet and members of the audience. I appreciate the time to present this. If you go to the next slide, please. As Mr. Martin said, this is just a PowerPoint that's put together to provide some highlights and background and make it easier to walk through the document. I think the document was attached for other people's viewing to look in more detail, but I'm going to go through this presentation. I think it gives a really good overview of the content of the design standards. So it's broken down. It starts with an introduction, talks about the purpose, and talks about RUSD's mission and values. Then just states some principles of project planning and design and the 3 areas that are spoke to and talked to in the document. And then the final part is really just the design process the district goes through, and then the design criteria itself. And district standards are attached at the back that support the things that are discussed in the document. Next slide, please. So just as a quick overview, these bulleted points are just talking about the purpose of the document. School facilities are planned and designed to support the district's mission and values. It builds upon traditions of academic and facilities excellence, supports the district's educational specifications. That's a really important thing to identify and highlight. It's going to be a resource for those that are involved in the planning, design, and construction of facilities. So it's a guide for them. It's something that provides some guidance, but lets them use their professional judgment in the areas that are kind of defined in the document. And then lastly, it just encourages safe, effective, and blended communities and addresses the things that, Mr. Hunt and Ms. Alvey have addressed, which was the genesis of the document itself. Next slide, please. So here's the district's mission and values. Don't really need to go through these. I think a lot of people are familiar. This is on the website, but just want to kind of highlight a couple of the narratives there. It's just, providing learning experience for all students. This document, along with the ed specs, is going to offer those guidelines to, provide that aesthetically pleasing, technologically advanced and innovative sites that others have talked about. It also wants to reinforce that, the district's desire that the facilities be extraordinary and allow the students to achieve extraordinary results. That's one of the mottos that the district has. Next slide, please. So principles of project planning, just kind of the genesis of the document is this is a generation of educators. Instruction can happen anywhere. And I think many people are aware that is a true statement. And so facilities need to reflect that. It's going to be grounded in research. So the relationship between the conditions and the designing of school facilities and student behavior and learning, there's a nexus and a connection to that. So it's really important to focus on identifying and making sure that your facilities reflect that research where students thrive. The physical setting, provides students and staff with a sense of comfort and well-being. That's important. There's a lot of research that talks about and supports, the condition of your facilities is conducive to student learning and, their mental health. And a learning facilities, it should symbolize hope, opportunity, and stability for students. So again, those are some tenets or principles that are guided throughout this document. Next slide, please. So there's a couple things with respect to safety and security. Safety is the actual protection from a threat or physical harm or violence, and then security addresses the sense of emotional comfort of the student and learning environment. Again, the guidelines address both of those within these guidelines. Next slide, please. Community connection. I think we've talked a lot about that tonight. You've heard the board's sensitivity to wanting to make sure that there's a voice for the community, and this document reflects that as well. It was something very important that Ms. Alvey and Mr. Hunt made clear in some of the early discussions that we had in putting this document together, that these are shared public interest, so there should be sufficient parking for after school events, space for parent volunteers, flexibility and meeting space for organizations and business partners, evening access to the indoor and outdoor athletics and performance spaces, and just that the school's inviting, that it's a symbol that recognizes that they're part of the community in which they're built, and that it's inviting and welcoming and makes people feel comfortable, and that it's at the center of their community. And just the bottom there talks about USD's core value, building bridges between our schools and community. I think that was really important, and hopefully we're addressing that within these guidelines. Lastly, just materials and finishes that, you know, beyond the color and texture, that there's aspects that need to have focus. So life cycle costs, fire resistance, life safety, school community aesthetics, and durability and maintenance. There's a balance in all of those things to not only make them look good, but allow staff to, you know, be able to maintain that fit and finish. Next slide, please. And this is just the philosophy. A well-executed and collaborative planning and design process will lead to successful projects. Again, Ms. Kakish talked a little bit about that the district has a process. This is tapping into that process and just building a little more clarity around the particular circumstances and items that these guidelines focus on. Next slide. And again, this is going to be a guide to the professionals that get hired. So we walk through, you know, the district's process here. I'm not going to go detail on these slides, but in essence, there's a kickoff meeting where the budget and other parameters and project objectives are identified. Next slide, please. The architects will then master plan the project, kind of provide a narrative based on their understanding and begin their design concepts. They'll do a conceptual design, then they'll go into design development and present that to the district to, you know, reassess and make sure that project goals and objectives are understood and that there's milestones put in the project. Then step 5 is construction documents, and then construction planning, and ultimately construction. So again, this is described in the document to help the architects understand the district's process that they will be participating in. This is really the nuts and the crux of the design guidelines. They're not intended to usurp or replace the district's educational specifications. That's a really important point to make and understand. They're to complement those educational specifications, and specifically the document focuses on general campus appearance, outdoor space, safety and security, and community use. So those are that's the purview of the document itself. It's focusing on those things. Again, I've talked about it. It's intended for design professionals' use in those areas, and the actual district standards are contained in the Appendix A. Next slide, please. So these are some highlights from the actual design criteria with the elementary schools. General guidelines, capacity is desired to be 850. Just focusing on the buildings itself, that statement in there talks to what you've heard some board members talk about, how the buildings need to fit within the community in which they're built and, you know, respect to that community. So building placement, massing, and aesthetics need to match where they're built. The desire is that these buildings will reflect 21st century facilities. They'll be flexible and they will utilize research regarding student learning. They will address energy conservation and life cycle costs, and school color selections and building protect materials will be considered and utilized. Next slide, please. Under campus identity, the main entrance should be located adjacent to the administration office for security purposes. It provides the first impression and communicates a message about the school. The design professional should take particular note of the front door and be creative yet practical, welcoming but secure. So again, It's giving some guidelines with respect without being specific to, hamstring the profession that you hire to address that, but it does identify the importance and the desire that the district has in creating that front door. The desire is to have an outdoor waiting area adjacent to administration for welcoming of parents and visitors, and then hardscape and landscaping should be thoughtful, cohesive, and attractive. Next slide, please. The administration is the welcoming point for the parents and visitors. Lobby provides the first impression, so it should be an inviting atmosphere, professional appearance. There's some photos that kind of reflect, some of the desire and the description in these bullets. Should have exterior windows for observation, natural light, interior and exterior shading. The desire is to have a gallery exhibit space to display trophies and other school memorabilia to just celebrate the school itself. Monitors that will present information on events and other parent information. So when you come to the school, parents can be educated about things that are going on that are important. And lastly, just wireless access for public and private networks. Again, just hitting the highlights in this PowerPoint presentation for each of these sections. Drop-off and pickup zones. This is one of the most challenging areas. Student safety is obviously a very important thing and a focal point for everyone. So pedestrian circulation from the parking and from the street should be kept separate. Should also locate away from busy streets and intersections, and traffic circulation access need to comply with California Department of Ed recommendations. Parking and circulation, this is a site-by-site kind of analysis, but things to consider: the size of the school, the site's constraints, access to public transportation, and school location. Those are all factors that kind of go into the design itself. Off-site visitor parking near the administration area where staff parking is in a separate area, and then clear, well-defined, path of travel, access to the site for students as they enter the school. Next slide, please. Outdoor spaces. Studies show the value of outdoor environments and well-being of individuals is supported by the research. Shade on all campuses for dining, circulation, play, and socialization. That can be accomplished through a combination of shades, structures, and trees. Prudent use of hardscape. Consider drought-tolerant plantings in areas to cool the site rather than covering the campus in asphalt and concrete. Again, the study just addresses, the climate that Riverside has, and so make some suggestions on how to accomplish that. Out learning opportunities with clear sightlines for supervision. That's an important thing that the district, and that addresses, where students and learning is changing, that providing those passive learning opportunities is important. Gardens where feasible, so outdoor learning has been shown to improve concentration and retention among students. So that's just a statement about some of the research that supports, the district's desire to provide more of these opportunities. And lastly, outdoor fields and hard court space should be included for recess, lunchtime, and PE activities. Next slide. We talked a little bit about the importance of community and the community having access. So RUSD believes the schools are an extension of the community. Each school should be designed zones for public use, close to visitor parking, easy access to administration and other public use facilities. Safety and security. Safety of students and staff is the most important. That's the district's policy. RUSD desires a warm, safe, and nurturing school environment. That's accomplished through a single point of entry through the administration building and state-of-the-art video surveillance and database management systems. Next slide, please. These last ones I'm going to run through really quickly because these are just some general highlights, and each of the grade levels, elementary, middle, and high school, are very similar. I'll just point out some of the little differences here. So really capacity is going to be different. So capacity of 900 expandable to 1200 for here. Next slide. All of this wording is exactly the same here. Next slide. There is some information in the actual document itself talking about space programs for the administration building itself, and that's related to the difference between elementary, middle, and high school. Next slide. All of this wording is the same. So next slide. You can just scroll to the high school, please. Okay, because we're talking about, you know, the exterior, the buildings and landscaping, that's why a lot of these descriptions are similar in each of them. So this has a capacity of 2,500, expandable to 2,750. Next slide. These descriptions again are similar, or if not exactly the same. Next slide. Next slide, please. Because again, these spaces with respect to the exteriors and the areas we're talking about, safety and security and that type of thing, are all interchangeable within grade configurations. Next slide. Again, just to underscore, the community use is going to be a little differently in high schools, because you've got some athletic facilities that will probably be utilized, and the parking and security will be slightly different that are described in the document, but the PowerPoint's all the same. Next slide. And this is just a screenshot of just an example of the appendix, which are the district standards that are attached. So those that are reading the document then have all of these standards contained within the document itself to refer to make sure that they are adhering to the district's desires and the guidelines that they have. That is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin or Ms. Kakish, do you want to add to this before we open it up?
I do want to add the fact that this team has embarked on this initiative. I'm very proud of Riverside Unified School District actually coming up with a document that would make it so clear for all of our partners to what this district is expecting in our future designs of our projects, and specifically how is it going to accommodate our community and make the whole RUSD proud. And I would like now to open it up for discussion / any further direction or any further improvement. This is a draft. This is was compiled for input, and this is the time for our board to give some input on the document or any further direction for our team and our partners that are in the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Kakish. I'm going to take President's authority here, and I'm going to go first, and then I'm going to then open it up for the rest of the board. So the actual document that I received, and I don't know if you guys had a chance to print it out, but I would have advised you not to, is 196 pages, of which only the first 35 did I have anything to do with. So when Mr. Hunt and I sat down with Mr. Kavanaugh and staff, the first 35 pages, of which you just heard the overview of, are exactly what we talked about and include everything that we felt was important. What I am concerned about, however, are the remaining design district standards. I do not think that they match up. And I'm going to give you some examples. First of all, we say at least a half a dozen times within the first 35 pages of design criteria how important it is that we have color. That color should be thoughtful, cohesive, creating harmony. And yet on page 36, when we're calling out the painting specifications, we list 3 exterior shades of beige that are permissible and 4 interior off-white colors that are permissible. And I don't know how you feel, but I don't feel that beige and off-white are colors. So we have a problem right there. But I think that what we're doing is, on one hand, we say in the front 35 pages, we think that that's an important criteria to feel, to have impact, that might be something that the architect could consider. But then in the district standards, I think we shut them down. And I'm going to give you another example. Fencing. Okay, we talk about in the narrative how we want aesthetically pleasing perimeter fencing. And yet, and we talk in the district, the standards inside, we talk about galvanized chain link and tubing. We don't have a district standard for anything other than that. So that worries me. And another area is shade, for which I always said should be a priority. In the design criteria, Mr. Hunt and I made clear that shade was very, very important to us. And it's called out in several areas. And yet we don't have specific design criteria that matches that narrowly defined parameter. So what I'm thinking is, if you were an architect and you read the first 35 pages, I think you've got a pretty good idea of what we want. And I think of what Mr. Hunt and I were trying to convey. But then I'm not at all sure if you continue to read the fine print that we're actually going to get what we asked for. And that's what I'm a little bit worried about. I'm going to ask to turn it back over to staff if they can be any clearer about that. But I'm thinking that we should go ahead with the first half of the project and redo the design criteria, the standards to match.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Ms. Kiki.
I think with the board subcommittee, or later our board members that serve on that committee virtually, had finished a project that I would say lays the umbrella and the foundation. And of course, there's a lot more detail in the district-wide. There's things that are entrenched into our district that have been done for years. And I believe there was good reasons for them. So for example, some of the standards were there for efficiency. Some of the standards were there for cost effectiveness. And I think what I'm hearing from the board and through this whole process is, yeah, cost efficiency and effectiveness is really important to us, but at the same time, this is an umbrella foundation to actually layer this priority on that. So if it could be incorporated, it needs to be incorporated. I don't think that paint is as expensive as it used to be. Of course, Ken and I from Maintenance and Operation have had this discussion before. And if you have seen some of our projects right now, they are full of color as the ones that have, they're in the works right now and they're being developed. So we're slowly moving away from having to be so rigid on our standards. I think that if we get the blessing from our the rest of the board, as a majority of the board, that we're going in the right direction, then our staff will take this 35 pages and layer it over all of the detail and put some more flexible language that gives us the opportunity to meet that priority. I don't think they should go so much into the detail without the blessing of the full majority of the board. As you know, I'm a believer that the committee brings recommendations and really they do a lot of the work, but at the same time, things could change. I didn't think this is one of the examples because I think this is something that we're all excited about, but at the same time, we followed the same thing. We didn't change the detail of it until we actually complete this process and have a final recommendation that's approved by our board.
Thank you, Ms. Kikish. That's perfectly said. Mr. Hunt, would you like to make any comments on that?
I think you covered it well, Mrs. Alavi, but I will say that as you did and I did before, we toured Edgemont Elementary, which is a project that when Ms. Kikish and Mr. San Martin were there, that they did with Renow and Clark. And I do remember a lot about the colors in that, and Roger had explained this, it's not just, it's pretty, but it's colors that soothe, and actually colors that inspire thinking. And I loved all the artwork they were doing in the hallways, and it just brought the classroom out and in. And so, but I think that's a good explanation, because I too, Ms. Kikish, was thinking what happened when we get to page 36 and we're back at beige. So eggshell was even being better. So thank you. And I look forward to our fellow members' comments. Thank you.
Are there any further board comments? I'm having trouble seeing if, Dr. Farouk. Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. So I want to begin by just expressing my appreciation for the staff, leadership, everybody involved with operations and maintenance, our committee members, President Alavi and Vice President Hunt. Because one thing I think that really needs to be emphasized is that even amidst the pandemic and the challenges associated with reopening schools, that we have been moving forward aggressively on all fronts to ensure that our Measure O projects, especially the neighborhood schools and everything, continues to move forward in a very efficient and possibly even accelerated fashion, since we don't have classrooms in session right now. So I think that's very notable, and I really want to commend everybody involved with that. I also want to echo Trustee Alavi's characterization of the committee work that Trustee Hunt and her have been doing in terms of bringing more life and the spirit the types of things that I think, even though you guys were doing that at a committee level, at least I can speak for myself that I share those interests of having a broader value and curb appeal and the community reflection and all of those things that you guys have outlined. I think that's very important. And I think it's not just important because we take pride in our schools and we want everything to live up to the potential that that this community deserves. But I think it's also important to note that, again, like when you're talking about neighborhood schools, you're talking about history is happening here, and the enormous implications that this has to be transformative for these neighborhoods. And so to treat this in any fashion where it's just another project and we're just going to do beige and this in bland generic projects would be a real disservice to the integrity of these communities. So again, for all those reasons, I want to echo all of that. That being said, I also have some additional comments that I'd like to share. So I'll start with the broad kind of feedback, and then I'll get into some specifics about some of the projects. Broadly speaking, some of the things that I would like to get feedback on, whether it's, I'm assuming it'd be from the architects or from staff, is I know that the fact that we are in California, we have very high environmental building standards relative to other parts of the country. That being said, and I know that there was reference in there about life cycle costs in terms of energy efficiency and so forth. But I would like to know what kinds of efforts are we doing to extend beyond the minimum thresholds requirements from state construction to advance environmental sustainability. I would like to know what kind of creativity, imagination that, again, not just because we care about the environment, but it also can potentially save us costs, again, like from the life cycle standpoint. But again, my interest is not the fact that we're taking those things into consideration, we're doing them, because like I said, we have to with our state requirements. But I want to know what is our district doing beyond that? Like, what is the gap between what's required and what we're doing? If somebody can articulate that, I'll first start with that before I get into my other comments.
Mays, do you?
I actually would like Mr. San Martin, as he's very familiar with our teams from the architects, to call on, and maybe we'll ask one partner of each of the firms to speak to that if you want, but I'd like to refer to Mr. San Martin on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kish. Thank you, Dr. Farouk. That's a great question. As you know, as a state agency, we are mandated to follow rules and certain standards that the state puts upon us. But with this design criteria and our district standards and so forth, the intent's not to limit the creativity of our designers, of our architects and engineers. So even though we do have some strict restrictions, we still give them the ability to be creative and to implement these high standards and high efficiency to make our schools high efficient with sustainability and so forth. So I'll ask maybe perhaps Mr. Marco from BBK to maybe give us some of the examples of what he's done in our district he has a history here with Riverside, but also what is his opinion regarding your question, Mr. Marco? Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I'd just like to say thank you to Board President Alabi, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Hanson, members of the cabinet, as well as members of the community. Very honored to be here tonight to talk about this. In regards to the specific question, there are a number of things, and you did mention it also, Dr. Farouk, in that there's the state requirements and kind of where are we today with that. One thing we've experienced in the past 10 to 15 years is every code cycle, it just goes up a little more and up a little bit more, up a little bit more. We used to talk about LEED projects and being silver, gold, or platinum. The requirements of the state of California have really gone above and beyond anywhere else in the entire country in terms of those energy efficient requirements. So just by meeting the minimum code levels, we're miles and miles, light years ahead of where we were 10 to 15 years ago. Some of the things we do look at, again, are sustainability, and it goes back to the idea of what we're doing is really environmental design. One of the worst inventions for the design of architecture was the invention of the air conditioning system, right? Because no longer did you have to shade your windows with overhangs. You could just put glass there, just blast up the air conditioner, and it took care of it. We've come full circle around that, and now we're really coming back to how do we get as much natural light into these spaces, make sure we're protecting the windows from the sunlight coming in to blast and heat up the space. So we're really getting back to the basics of doing that. One of the things we've done, gosh, I think it must have been about 8 years ago when we did the Poly High School Aquatic Center, was we did the analysis to say, hey, does it make sense to install solar thermal heating to reduce the amount of energy we're using? And so we have the canopies there on the west side of the pool that provide shades for the parents or whoever's watching the games. Top of that, we've got the solar thermal panels. We did the studies, and I don't quite remember off the top of my head the payback, but it wasn't that long. It was like 5, 6, or 7 years. And so having the ability to do the analysis to figure out what is the payback for these things. Oftentimes there's the initial cost, and the initial cost might seem a bit insurmountable, but the amount of money you're going to save in the long term really makes it worth those studies being done. One of the simplest things of all, right? Shade, natural shade, trees. Kids love trees. You know, I climbed trees when I was a kid, but that's such a natural thing that grows. Just give it water and it grows. So a lot of times the landscape budget is one of the things that's greatly impacted. So we end up installing these small 15-gallon trees that barely survive the summer and the Santa Ana winds. Maybe we change out, you know, in select locations, hey, 36-inch box or 48-inch box. Let's put bigger trees that are going to go faster to give us that shade. So there's a lot of things like that that can be done easily that would get us where we want to be a lot quicker.
If I can just, this is great, Marco, and I think this is great feedback to give us insight on your design. I'd like to just layer it just a little bit higher and ask another member of our team to let us know how you're going to incorporate adding a layer of how you incorporate that into the learning process, into the program itself, and how do we create an opportunity for our students to learn from that experience, even though, like Dr. Farouk said, the standards are high, but how do we not stop there and actually couple it with the opportunity to have our learning experience? And maybe somebody from Runau can add to that. I think the board would like to see a flavor of all of our architects as far as your information. So either Roger or Jennifer, and then we'll continue with the questions, and I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for Gio to answer.
Ms. Kikish, before we do that, Ms. Lockdawson did have a question.
I never finished my.
Yeah.
Actually, though.
I was just answering Dr. Farouk, but if you want to move on to other questions, it's up to you.
No, I'm sorry. I thought maybe we were going into the weeds with it, but let's finish then for Dr. Farouk's satisfaction.
What I would say though is like, and I appreciate the response from Marco. So I don't necessarily need all of that information broken down right now in this setting. I guess what I'm trying to say is that I just feel like that needs to be documented, what efforts we're doing to be sustainable, then beyond the minimum requirements. And I understand the high standard, again, that the state already has, and that the progress that's been made over time. But one, I want it to be documented. Two, the importance of it as a laboratory for students to be able to learn from, for us to educate our community, for there to be signage about, you know, greenhouse gas reduction savings because of this design, information like that, and even monitoring that kind of information and those metrics. Those kinds of things is what I'm looking for. And again, it's not necessarily that you guys have to break down the specifics, just knowing that that's something you guys can do. And so my other questions are also about the future proof of the designs. Again, this is not something that necessarily you guys have to address right now, because I know that naturally you guys think this way. But I just want to emphasize again that, you know, we're building schools now, but especially when you're talking about life savings, life cycle savings, the nature of what we do as public institutions is generational. And so we obviously have to factor in a much broader spectrum of costs of things, but also for designs, designing classrooms for the future generations. What kinds of thought are you guys taking into account on how to, as much as you can, future-proof to make the classrooms as relevant and thriving for future generations? So that's another thing I'd like to get input on, again, at a future time. The other major comment I have before I get into the specifics of the projects is I really want to have a better understanding of how we're doing outreach for community input, because I understand and I appreciate that that's a principle that's in our documents. All of us are all saying that same language. That's fantastic. But in practicality, how are we really achieving that? And just like the issue with distance learning and you know, the environment that we're in, especially given the pandemic, if we're wanting to continue to make progress on these projects, we can't let the community involvement be a casualty of this process. And again, not by anyone's ill intentions, but you know, and maybe that's something I would like to get some insights on, even right now, about how we're going to creatively do that. And then I'll just
ask, do you want us to take down the questions and answer them at the end to give opportunity for everybody? Or would you
I think that would be good, because you guys can answer them at the end, but and I'll just go through the last couple of questions. I am also interested, I know that the focus right now is not about the broader Measure O projects, but I again do want an understanding of where we're at with, I know we assigned an architect for North High School. I just want to get a sense of when are we going to get those community engagement going to define the Measure O project for North. And then my specific project, other questions are, as Mr. Kinnear mentioned about the mobility hub, I had requested staff to provide an update. I know Assistant Superintendent San Martin has actually been very proactive, regardless of who was supposed to inform us or not, you know, getting to the not waiting for the CEQA process to determine what implications other projects like the mobility hub could have on the neighborhood school. My understanding is that it seems that it's not going to have any issue. But again, I'm strongly requesting staff to quickly articulate what we do know and let our community stakeholders become aware of that, so that people's misunderstandings and frustrations don't fester, because I continue to get requests about that. Regarding Casablanca, I really want to express my kudos to staff for their efforts to already have a community meeting on that. I think that effort seems to be going very well and being very well received. One of the comments I made at the meeting, Trustee Hunt and I were both there, was that we need to be creative in how we empower the community's participation. For example, as Cindy had mentioned, Cindy Collins, the CAG chair, about the committee that they had formed, the education committee. How can we allow the community members to engage and participate even when these formal convenings are not happening? What kinds of tasks and things can we have them providing input? Because even though that's not naturally conventional, the way that we go about doing these things, given the unique history and the emotional investment involved in these things, they want to have that involvement. And so it might involve neighbors getting together in their backyards, having conversations about their input, as opposed to these formal structured meetings. The last thing I want to say, which again goes back to the community outreach, I'm a little bit concerned about the Spring Mountain Ranch project, in the sense of there has been an effort to include me in when we were trying to set up, I guess, like a community input or something. But as you know, as people, the trustees that represent these communities, which I do represent, the Spring Mountain Ranch Project, we are uniquely have an insight into the community dynamics of some of these neighborhoods that might not be apparent to staff or the architectural teams. I strongly recommend that from a strategic standpoint, not purely just inviting, being inclusive in the meetings themselves, to provide for people like myself to be able to provide that input. Because I think with that project in particular, I think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity. I'll just put it that way with how we go about approaching that. So those are my comments and feedback. Thank you.
Mrs. Alvey, I'll take the lead on what you want us to answer now, if something is important to answer now, or maybe take all the comments from the rest of the board.
All right, let's just see if there's any others. Ms. Lock-Dawson, are you available?
Yes, Mrs. Alvey.
Go ahead.
I just had a question regarding the outdoor play space and the incorporation of environmental and outside. I don't know. There was a reference to it, I think, when we were going over the design criteria, and just it was so barely mentioned. I just wanted to hear a little bit more about that, because I think, as we know, that not only leads to better learning, it leads to better mental health. And I mean, just curious about it and hear, because I did not see it beyond kind of a cursory overview of it. And this goes beyond LEED and, platinum, and this goes beyond what the state specifies for us as a minimum, beyond, solar panels and other stuff. This is regarding the student experience. So that's what I'm curious about.
I think you're talking about our outdoor learning spaces. And that was something we did spend some time with Mr. Kavanaugh talking about. Let me just ask if there's any other further questions. Mr. Hunt, did you have another question?
By the way, Mrs. Alvey, I just wanted to thank you and Mr. Hunt for doing the heavy lifting on this. So I appreciate it. And Ms. Kakish with your team. Thank you.
Very, very kind. Mr. Hunt.
I just want to compliment Dr. Farouk's comments and add to a little bit. Today, I was talking to Danny Garcia, who's the Assistant General Manager of RPU and overall everything electrical. Today is projected to be the highest electrical use day in the history of RPU. And so energy efficiency needs to be, you're right, Dr. Farouk. Also, I don't know if we've had enough in here about water, and the drought water rates are going up, as Mrs. Alvey and I've worked on this year with Mr. Mueller and Ms. Kakish and Mr. Sean Martin, is trying to bring purple pipe to Poly and Alcott. But we also, if COVID should teach us anything, we need to add here that these are going to be healthy classrooms. And now we're looking at air purification systems that we need to be sure that our staff and our children are kept healthy. So I want to get, we're not right now, but working with our design team advisors to see what is the best practices out there. And Dr. Farouk's right about the demands. The UC system is taking it upon themselves to become off the grid, so to speak. I personally think, and it might be for a while, but eventually the state of California, that's making everything be green, and all the utilities, the municipal owned utilities like Riverside, have to get rid of everything that isn't green. Riverside Public Utilities has 198 megawatt hours, which is a huge amount. At a coal plant, they have to get rid of by 2023 and replace that with renewables. So I forecast that eventually a governor or any legislature is going to look up and say, my God, look at all the square footage that our schools represent. We've got to get them under energy efficiency too. So those are all very important things that Dr. Farouk has presented, and I hope we can add them along with the safety. But thank you. And we have some wonderful consultants here that looking forward to hearing from, Mrs. Alvey.
I think we should hear from all of our architects who are represented. I will turn this back, unless Mr. Lee, I can't see if you need to make a comment as well. I guess not. Okay, I don't hear from Mr. Lee. So I'll turn it back to you, Ms. Kakish.
Yeah, so let's continue the discussion about the creativity real quick, just to hear briefly, please, from each one of the firms. And I know we heard from Marco, but let's hear from Rena Clark and Geo Architects. And then I'd like to ask Mr. San Martin and Tom Kavanagh to reflect on Mrs. Lock-Dawson's question regarding the learning environment after that. So let's do it that way, if you can. And Roger, you can take the lead first.
Good evening, members of the board, President Alavi, and staff. Pleased to be here tonight and just to talk for a minute about the process that we go through. I think any of these schools have a unique opportunity to bring communities together. And so having that outreach as a part of what we call it, or what is commonly referred to as an educational specification process. And you have a great start on that already in terms of the standards and things that you've been developing. But that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. And so all of these things that you've been talking about would be incorporated into a document where we're laying out, how do you want to teach? What kind of learning environment do you want? You see behind me color, you see furniture systems, you see all those things that you've been talking about. And this happens to be a learning resource center at an elementary school modernization project. But it's looking at all of those things as you're going through the design of the school and talking with the community about what's important to them. How do we connect to the outside of the school? How are those exterior learning environments, how are they structured? What kind of shade do they have? What kind of textures and materials and color? What are the sustainability? How do we bring daylight in? How do we control the ambient light in the room? How do we incorporate the technology so that we give the richest experience possible for these students as they're moving forward with their education? And then how are you dealing with the challenges that you're going through right now? Do we distance kids? Do we have, air systems that can filter things that, we haven't had to do in the past? And so we're looking at all of those things and prescribing those as we're going through that design process. So Tom kind of laid out, some of the process that we would go through in terms of looking at sort of a master plan and a master idea of what these schools are going to look like. And it's talking with, Dr. Farouk and the board members and those that are involved in the specific communities and talking to them. And it may be developers, but it may be a community group. And each one of these is going to be unique. Casablanca is going to be very different from Spring Mountain Ranch, is going to be different from the east side. And they're all unique communities, and we need to take in those perspectives. And so part of that process is just documenting a lot of information as we're going forward so that we have all of those things articulated within the design. And then hopefully as architects, and you have, I think, three great groups here to start talking about the creative aspects of it, whether it's, color, but it's also spaces and light and materials and all those things that make a great school. And it's community engagement and parents and making sure that they're excited about what their students are going to be a part of moving forward. And maybe Jennifer, if you wanted to comment on a few things also, if you're on the line. And maybe not. Jen?
We'll see if the video stays with, keeps kicking me off when I put the video on. But to add to, I think, some of the environmental components and how this comes together with the design process, some things that we'll have to look at are items like energy efficiency, water efficiency. So in terms of the design standards, I'd be looking at some of the planting list and how that is I guess, working in tandem with some of the environmental strategies that we're trying to implement across these campuses. Additionally, speaking to Ms. Dawson's point about environmental quality. So it isn't just about, meeting certain requirements and making sure that we're complying with Cal Green Code, but how can we encourage students to engage with the outdoors? We're in California. I'm originally from Florida. And so it's great to be outside and you don't have the humidity that you have, back on the East Coast. And so I think taking advantage of those opportunities, is something we definitely need to keep in mind and to propel forward. This may be too much information, but I'll speak to an experience that I had, when I was in elementary school, and my school was an inner city school. We didn't have access to some of these outdoor environments, but we would take a field trip to a neighboring school that had a pond and used the environment as a learning opportunity. They would take samples from the water. And so those are some things that we were looking at for STEM as well, engaging the students to be a part of this experience and have real world hands-on opportunities to explore and interact with the environment, not just, sitting outside in a shaded area, having lunch, but actually interacting with the environment. So that's some of the stuff that we want to look into. And then additionally, Cal Green is pretty stringent, but there are ways to integrate that into the learning environment and to expose those systems so that students are learning them. To speak to Dr. Farouk's point of, making sure that students have access to, let's say it's readings about energy use, about electricity, about how much we're putting into the grid or coming, off grid. And then also just all of the net zero initiatives that are currently, moving forward in California. And then engaging with the community. Roger mentioned the educational specification process, but it is a visioning process. It is making sure that, it's the most exciting part of a project when you get to really hear about the ideas and about the spaces that we want to create and make sure that everyone's in alignment.
Thank you, Jennifer. Maybe we can go to geoarchitects and maybe hear from Liliana and Dennis, and then we'll go back to Kristen because we didn't hear from Kristen, if you want to offer anything extra.
Okay, good evening, Superintendent, President Alibi, board members, cabinet members, and members of the community. We're very happy to be able to speak to the community about our process and where we are today with the projects that we have been allocated. We're going to talk specifically about sustainability. I'd like for Dennis to touch on that, and then we can talk more about community outreach after that.
Okay, so sustainability, there's a lot of aspects to sustainability that we can investigate. The state has its own requirements, as Marco mentioned, that are very high, very stringent, and it relates to electrical use, lighting, daylighting, VOCs, so the gases that are coming off the materials, also irrigation, water use. But any of those systems that we look at, they're going to have to be systems that the district can maintain and is behind. We have a project in our past where we did some really kind of high-tech, sustainable design where the project was going after LEED gold. And so we had like a central system with ice chillers, and we had buried irrigation systems, high efficiency irrigation systems. And for example, in the district, they really wanted these things, but when it came time to operate them, they couldn't service the materials or the system. So it didn't work, especially with the irrigation, they tore it out, 6 months down the road and had to redo it. So doing something that it might be very sustainable up front or look sustainable, but if it's a system that can't be carried by the district, then it's a wasted resource. So we need to, as a design team, we need to balance kind of the aspirations of being super efficient or very sustainable with what can actually be achieved and with the budgets. So, it's very exciting to be talking about all these things, and we'd love to do it, but we want to make sure that you have a project at the end that you can keep for 50 years and is going to work for you. So there's a local community that we're building for, but there's also the wider community of the district and those other components in the district that we need to work with.
Thank you, Dennis. And I know Liliana, you want to talk about the community. I just want to ask us to be a little bit brief. I know I don't want us to be like necessarily repeating the information. If we can offer additional information if something has been said, just because we have a few other questions that we really need to touch on before we end this study session too. So I'll turn it to Liliana.
Yeah, and I'll be brief about our community outreach process. We're very happy that we have already started meeting with the Casablanca community and talking about sustainability. One of the things that we can be working with them about is they're talking about a garden, growing some, having a garden out there. We want to include the community in the process. We want them to be able to learn, the students and the community, how things get put together. So I think that was my additional comment to what Dennis had to say about sustainability.
Thank you, Liliana. So let's see if Kristen, do you want to add something?
Yes, thank you. Well, I wanted to kind of give everybody an idea of my background a little bit, and that speaks to what Dr. Farouk was saying about context and understanding community. I graduated from King High School in the class of 2005. I currently live in the Victoria neighborhood. My daughter just started kindergarten this past week. She's attending Alcott Elementary School. And she is in Mrs. Bauer's class. So when you're talking about a unique perspective and understanding the nuance and the context of a community that you're working in, I can say that I fully agree with that. The conversations that I have with my neighbors, it gives me a little bit of a different insight than maybe some of the people that don't have that opportunity. So with that being said, I think part of our community outreach also will work on educating the community about the process of building a school, about what is required. And I think when they understand that process a little bit more, they can buy into that process. And then the approach has to be from start to finish, making sure it's not just a single meeting when you're going out and talking to someone and getting their input and never talking to them again. It is an engagement process. It is a partnership. And so I remember back when we were really going after the bond measure, Measure O. There was a lot that the district was doing to communicate with people. And I think that really helped in terms of, you sent out flyers and you really kept on top of communicating with residents about why Measure O was really important. And as a resident, I appreciated that. And I know that it really helped build support for people that might not have been supportive of it. And so looking at the outreach and engagement process holistically, not just getting a little bit of input, but really engagement over the long term, I think will be really important here.
Thank you, Kristen. So I'm just going to touch a little bit about the community outreach and engagement, so to give you a little bit of assurance about that process, and then turn it to back to the presentation to clarify the learning environment. The process of community engagement, to me, it was understood, it was non-negotiable by our board. It needed to happen, and it's about time that we are taking feedback from the communities at a higher level. Like, usually our process already includes community engagement to a level, and it's usually the internal stakeholders from the actual site, whether it's teacher stakeholders group, parents, administration from the district level, and sometimes if it's a high profile project, including the community. For these projects that are coming up, which are the 3 neighborhood schools and North and possibly the rest of the high schools modernizations, I think our team understands that it's a high priority for the board to engage the community at all, from the beginning all the way to the end of that project, to make sure that the community is getting a project that they buy into, that they are proud of. Mrs. Lock-Dawson, I think, touched on it approximately almost 3 years ago when we started to talk about these neighborhood schools that at the time we didn't even think we would have the dollars to accomplish. And ever since then, we have put that process in place to get us to this point where we actually have the team to go out and engage in that process. As Dr. Farouk has already mentioned, the Casablanca Community Group has already started, and we're forming that, and we're adding interested parties to it as we go if we need to. And I think the East Side and High Grove area also are starting very soon. This was kind of the study session that we were waiting for to get the confirmation for the team. And also because our staff in facilities really are engaged in so many projects, we needed the architect team to be an extension of our staff in these community meetings, to be the listeners, and to actually get the ideas into the design. And so we can also answer more questions with regard to that if anybody wants to elaborate on that. I do want to have Mr. Kavanagh just go into that slide that Mrs. Lock-Dawson have touched on as far as clarification, and then answer any other questions that the board might have come up with since.
Hi, Mays. I can just comment real quickly. It really goes along the lines of what Roger and Jennifer were talking about. The importance is that the desire was stated that the district wants to provide these outdoor learning environment opportunities. You'll have to evaluate on a site-by-site basis with the design professional that's hired to discuss what that looks like for the particular school site. You know, knowing that they might orient the buildings a little differently, they might expose some of the, you know, sustainability measures, as Jennifer talked about, to incorporate that into the curriculum itself. So it's really, it's just important to state that that's the desire, and then the design professionals will have the discussion with staff and the curriculum leadership to make sure that the design supports that desire. So in a quick sense, I hope I answered the question.
And Mr. San Martin, do you want to add to that at all with regards to the design criteria?
Yeah, just a short comment. No, I agree with the comments that have been said and with Tom. And this is, I mean, this is an exciting opportunity for us as we provide this guide. And this is just a guide. This is not to limit the creativity, the innovation that our design teams will bring to specific projects. And as Roger mentioned, the educational specifications process, from that point, from that process, we're going to be able to gather a lot of what defines that neighborhood, that community, that project. Each project is going to look different, starting from what's the educational program of that specific school. If it's going to be a STEM related focus, if it's going to be more traditional, if it's going to be open areas. And so that's going to really define the outside learning environment. As Tom mentioned, every area is not just the classroom is a learning space. We're looking at everywhere in the campus, from the gymnasiums, the stages, the outside, the PE areas. Those are all opportunities for our students to learn. And in the materials, the designs will be an opportunity for us to educate our students, and for our students to actually learn from that, what they have in terms of artificial turf versus real, live turf. If we're offering solar or sustainable materials in the designs, that's opportunities for our students to also learn. So outside learning environments are not limited. This is not a document that defines what we're looking for, but it's a starting point for our designers to really come up very creative, to come up with innovative areas so that each design looks different, each school looks different, but meets our criteria, our goals, and our mission that our board has put in place for us. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Mrs. Alavi.
Thank you. We'll just see if any other board members need to make comments. I'll start with Mr. Hunt.
Thank you. And I want to apologize to Dr. Farouk if he was not involved in that early with High Grove. High Grove is a very different sort of community, and I know Dr. Farouk has worked very hard to know the folks out there, so I want to be sure that he is included in the future. Ms. Rose, welcome back. Glad to have you be part of all this, and you articulated it well. And I saw Ms. Butos do this at Casablanca, how Dr. Farouk and I saw this, how she really engaged the CAG, and they talked about ideas. And the important thing I think they achieved in the very beginning is they gave the Casablanca community confidence in who we've given them. And I think that should be included. One group we not on purpose, Mrs. Alvey, we left out of here, and I call it my Dan Rudd rule, in that we need to be sure, we're not going to know who Dr. Hansen's going to assign to be the principal and the staff, et cetera, at the Casablanca or High Grove or East Side schools, but we need to engage with our RCTA and CSEA because their staff will be there, and to have best practices there. So I hope we can include that and understand how we can bring them into the process. I call it the Dan Rudd rule because in my first year on the board, when I met with CSEA, and Mr. Rudd, of course, does the landscaping, and he said, Mr. Hunt, why do we plant sycamores? Why do all these architects plant sycamores? I don't know. What's wrong with sycamores? And apparently they have the worst root systems we can imagine. They tear, just like, as Mrs. Allaby well knows, that the city of Riverside, all our problems are chamois ash. So I want to be sure that our grounds crews and all of those people are involved, because they're the ones who have to take care of it. And they're the ones that will be teaching in those environments, and they'll be the ones that will be in the front office. So they weren't purposely left out of here, but we do want to include them and their satisfaction of the learning environment. Just want to throw that in. Thank you.
Are there any other board members who wish to speak? Dr. Farouk.
Thank you. Thank you, President Alvey. I really just want to again show my appreciation of us even having this convening and touching base and the opportunity to hear from the architects directly, their connections to and experience in the community. I think all of this has been very instructive from my perspective. Just two last comments I just wanted to make. Trustee Hunt mentioned earlier about the UCs and CSUs and so forth, about having these goals to be, carbon neutral and so forth. I wanted to piggyback off of that because I didn't mention it, but part of what was motivating my earlier conversations was exactly that spirit. For the first time ever, CSBA even formed a climate action task force, which they asked me to serve on, and I'm participating in that. And I think all of this is a prelude to public schools being, expected to start performing in these kinds of functions. And so that's partially my motivation also of requesting more explicit documentation on conservation sustainability measures, so that one, as a district, we can continue to demonstrate that leadership, and for our students and our community to learn about the value and impact of these measures, but also because I think that it's going to be inevitable that the state is going to require, again, greenhouse gas emissions and things like that to be tracked and monitored. So putting that out there, the last thing I'll say also is that I know that part of the reasoning why we don't have renewable energy in all of our schools is because of the ROI and the rebate combination with our public utilities relative to like the investor-owned utilities like Edison, make it not financially as attractive to do. I'll just put it that way. And we do have a few schools, I think, is it 4 schools? I know trustee, 4 schools that are in Edison territory, and we are pursuing those options. That being said, groups like Grid Alternatives, which I don't know if they typically work with schools to do solar projects at school sites themselves, but their whole concept is about workforce development, especially with veterans, getting them trained and doing solar installations. I would just suggest groups like that or others that maybe these could be opportunities where our students could get some CTE experience and actually have some kind of a legacy of an actual, solar panels or whatever renewable energy we use to actually be, left to provide value to our employees and our students long term. So I would hope that we could reach out and consider those possibilities of partnership. Thank you.
I do want to just mention, Dr. Farouk, I don't know if you think that you missed the first meeting. The first meeting for High Grove was postponed. So
what I was referring to, I mentioned earlier that I did appreciate that I was included in that, and I was aware that it got postponed.
Okay.
The point I was making was that there should, and I don't want to mention it in the specifics right now in the meeting, but there's some strategic ways that I would have gone about how we're even approaching that meeting and the way that we're engaging different factions of that community. I'm talking about from that standpoint. I was saying that it would have been helpful to be consulted so I could share that.
Definitely. I think Sergio and I maybe will have some after the meeting or in the rest of the week, and we'll get some of that information from you. More details. Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Lee or Ms. Lock-Dawson didn't have anything further to add.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Okay.
None from me, thanks, no.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Kakish, go ahead.
I think we're at the conclusion of our presentation, and I just want to thank everybody for their time and patience in us conducting this. And I think we'll take, I did hear that we're not done with this process. We're still going to have to align this new criteria that is going to be, again, the foundation of our standards, and align it with the rest of the standards that we have in place. And Sergio and I and the team from facilities and maintenance and operation will take that project on and engage our partners with it. There's many more partners, by the way, that will be involved, such as our construction managers and others from the team. So we'll keep you posted, and I believe you'll see it in the outcomes and in the products themselves.
I believe we're really going to see a difference too, and I'm very excited about the projects, and I know that they'll with all these wonderful architects involved, I know we're going to get a good outcome. So thank you all for joining us tonight.
And we are done with this presentation.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm going to move along. Thank you to everyone for joining us. And we are now at the conclusion of the meeting, and I'm going to ask board members for agenda items for future meetings. Is there anyone who would like to add anything?
I just want to, again, I made the comment earlier that I know ethnic studies is coming up, but I would like there to be an option for us to be able to take a formal action about the high school graduation requirement as something to consider. That.
Thank you. I made a note of that one. Any further additions to the agenda? Okay, then I'm going to be adjourning tonight in the memory of Joel Blaine, who worked for the Press Enterprise for many, many years. But I wanted to read to you just a small part from his obituary, which was written by Dan Bernstein. Quote, soon after retiring in 2002, Joel zeroed in on High Grove Elementary School. There he embarked upon a one-word mission, reading. Day after day, Susan Jarvis's kindergartners read while Joel listened. He was their audience, their cheerleader, their champion. But he was no longer Joel Blaine. He was a volunteer known everywhere as Mr. B. Mr. B began ordering books and giving them away. After kids discussed what they'd read with Mr. B, they'd get another book. He carried a bag of them. He was like Santa Claus. They were so excited about getting a new book, remembered his friend Linda Burial. He was so giving in an academic but loving way. He coached sixth graders for the school district's annual History Day competition. When Highgrove could no longer afford to send the top readers of each class to the increasingly expensive Disneyland, Mr. B opened his wallets. Over the years, he opened it again and again. Mr. B never thought he would stay at Highgrove for upwards of 15 years. He never sought the unwanted recognition that came with being named the school district's Volunteer of the Year. Though he had cut back his hours, he was still at Highgrove when the pandemic hit, and he hadn't ruled out going back. I think that's a great testament to a volunteer. And so tonight we adjourn in the memory of Joel Blaine, and we are now adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.